Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. I'm going to call the meeting to order and welcome Associate Pastor Brandon Cunningham from Grace Community Church to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you so much for the opportunity to gather and for just the opportunity to share our voices. I pray that you will remind each of us that there are no enemies in this room. There are only advocates for our city. And I pray that you will lead us in a direction and lead this council in a direction that does great things for our city and for the people who live here. Father, we pray protection over their lives and their families, and we pray protection over this meeting. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by Emily Alba, who is a junior at Veterans Memorial High School. She's Student Council Officer, Junior Class Officer, Special Forces Officer, and a member of the National Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society. The list goes on. Wow, I know.
Good morning. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Emily, and good luck with your studies. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Put that over your head.
Ben
Put it
Molina.
on my hand.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Mr. Zanoni, would you like to update us on city operations?
Yes, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We have several things to brief you on this morning. I'm going to begin with a staff announcement. We have a new team member we want to introduce to you. He's been here for about a week, and he was here last week, but he's going to speak to us this morning. And his name is Drew Molly. He's our Director of Water Systems and Support. And I also want to recognize Wes Nebgen, who is our Director of Water Utilities. So just as some background, over the last several months, Mike Murphy, myself, and team have restructured the Water Department to create 3 new director positions. The 3 newly created positions are Director of Water Systems, a Director of Water Production, and then a Director of Systems Infrastructure. So we have Water Systems, Water Production, and then Infrastructure Support. So we've hired 2 of the 3 new directors, and we're recruiting for that 3rd director position, the Director of Water Production. So after conducting a local and national recruitment effort, we have hired Drew Molly as the Director of Water Systems. Drew has over 16 years of experience in municipal government, leading numerous programs and services related to water and wastewater productions. Drew most recently served as the Director of Drinking Water in the City of Houston, which has a huge water system. In this position, he oversaw the city's Houston's water system. He was responsible for over 600 employees and an operations and maintenance budget of $180 million alone. And then he had a capital improvements program of $200 million. So he's worked in the City of Houston since 2006 before he came here. And before his role as director, he served as assistant director for water operations and the managing engineer for water operations. He's engaged in the water business, but he's also engaged in the American Water Works Association. It's a group of professionals that meet and talk about water production. He is the chair of the Texas group there, so he does a lot of networking with team members across the state, and will bring ideas here to Corpus Christi as well. Drew holds a bachelor's in science and civil engineering from Texas A&M University College Station, and he's a licensed professional engineer, and he maintains a TCEQ Class A water operator license. So please welcome me in welcoming Drew. He's going to come up and say a few words as well here this morning. Drew?
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for that nice introduction. Mayor, Council, thank you. It's an honor and privilege to be standing in front of you here today. I really appreciate the opportunity that Mr. Zanoni and Mike Murphy have given me to help lead the Corpus Christi water team into the future. I'd also like to thank Corey Hardiman. Corey has really helped me make this transition for me and my family really smooth and easy. Just a brief background on myself. I'm coming from, as Peter said, I'm coming from a slightly larger town north of here called Houston. It's a place I've called home for the last 20 years, where as Peter mentioned, I've served as the director of drinking water for a number of years, and then I've held a number of leadership positions in the department for more than 16 years. Believe it or not, there are actually some similarities between Corpus and Houston when it comes to water and wastewater. On the wastewater side, Houston, like Corpus, has or recently entered into a consent decree with the EPA at an investment of $2 billion over the next 15 years. On the water side, Houston, like Corpus, is a regional water provider where we are constantly looking for ways to ensure that our systems were resilient, sustainable, and affordable to our ratepayers. While drought is not as big of an issue in Houston as it is here in this area, Houston has been challenged by something that we called subsidence, where parts of the city were literally sinking because of an over-reliance on a single source of water, groundwater, specifically from the Evangeline and Chico aquifers. So to address subsidence, some of my work in Houston focused on ways to reduce dependency on groundwater and capitalize on some of our surface water supplies, which ultimately led to us to implement the largest water treatment plant expansion project in the world, utilizing surface water supplies from 2 different river basins. The project is actually currently in construction. It's a 320 million gallon per day expansion project of adding additional 320 million gallons to our drinking water system. And I would categorize this as a once-in-a-lifetime project, and I was really proud to be a part of that. So when I heard about an opportunity to be a part of a once-in-a-lifetime project here in Corpus, to help develop, design, construct a drought-proof and resilient water treatment plant along the lines of desalination, a project that will positively impact generations of coastal Bend residents, I was pretty excited. And I think this also really speaks loudly to the bold and courageous leadership of this team here. I really appreciate Mike and Peter's commitment to customer service and their business-minded approach to building a stronger and more resilient organization. Their vision is spot on with mine and speaks loudly to my professional belief that we owe it to our customers to operate and maintain a reliable and resilient water and wastewater system, because ultimately there really is nothing more important than public health. I also appreciate Peter's passion about improving what he's called, neglected infrastructure, and how we need to work harder to ensure that our infrastructure is better planned, more effectively delivered, and better maintained. And frankly, this is an ongoing battle, not just for Corpus, but all across America. And I believe this leadership team is really laser focused on that. Developing emergency response plans, implementing backup generation equipment, these were all endeavors we constantly worked on in Houston, and something that I hope I can bring to the table here. Personally, for me, having worked through many floods, hurricanes, a winter storm a couple years ago, a couple droughts, I know that the time to prepare for these events is now, because it's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when. So I've been on the job for 7 days, and I got to tell you, I love this team, I love this town. Everyone has been so exceptionally warm and friendly. My interactions with staff from the water utility team have been fantastic, and I'm really impressed with their depth and breadth of knowledge, and of course their passion for water. Outside of work, I love to run and bike. The more remote, the better. I have 3 kids. I just enrolled them about a month ago. I've got a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary, so I've got all 3 schools covered. My wife's family has been an active part of the Corpus Christi community for more than 100 years, having been one of the main dairy suppliers to the region and actually still operate the family farm today. I got married here in Corpus and have been coming back to this area for more than 20 years. I hope to emulate that same tradition of giving back to the community and supporting however I can. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my remarks. I thank you so much for allowing me to greet you all. I can't tell you how glad I am to be here as a member of the Corpus Christi water team, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. Great job, and we're glad he's part of the team. He actually sought out to work here, and that's the type of people we want working on our team, people that want to be here and want to contribute to this great city. So in addition to Drew, we also appointed Wes Nebgen. We know Wes to the Director of Water System Infrastructure. That's that second position that we created, and he is the second of 3 director positions that filled. Just a quick recap on him. He currently oversees 200 employees and about a $20 million capital program. His previous role in the city included water superintendent and water resources manager. He's been here for 11 years. He knows our system very well, and he leads his team members very well as well, building them up to success or leadership. Wes holds a Bachelor's of Science in Bioenvironmental Sciences, a degree from Texas A&M University College Station, and he also has a Master's of Business Administration from Schreiner. And he also maintains a Class A water license and a TCEQ Class A wastewater license. So next time you see Wes, I don't think he's here. Oh, he is there. All right, Wes. He snuck in. Yeah, he's already spoken to us recently. We know him, so we just want to congratulate you, Wes, and thank you for being a valuable part of this team. Okay, good. We're going to stay on the infrastructure theme and talk about the bond program. I'm going to talk about the 2022 bond program. But before I do want to give an update on the 2020 bond program so we can tell the council and the community the success rate that we're having in delivering that program to the community. So in November of 2020, the residents approved the 2020 bond program with an overall 70% approval rating. That's pretty significant. Generally, those pass at a much lower rate. So Bond 2020 contained a total of 42 projects for streets, parks, and public safety. In a moment, I'll share the status of these 42 projects. But I did want to highlight that the city has a better process now of delivering these projects with City Council approved business process changes that we've done since November of 2020. So in this bond program, the 2020 bond program, project scopes were better designed on the onset. And so we had better clarity about what the projects were when the voters approved them. We had a new process to award design consultant contracts, referred to as the mass selection. So within 5 months after the approval of the bond program, every street project had a design consultant approved by City Council within 5 months of the vote. And that's never happened before here. And then we have more project management and oversight delivery reviews by additional inspectors that we've hired over the past several years. So with those new business process changes, as of today, the majority of the projects are in construction, less than 2 years from the vote. So 19 projects are scheduled to be completed by the end of this year, by the end of calendar year 2022. 19 projects scheduled to be completed. 6 projects will enter construction by the end of 2022. So that's more than half of the projects will be either complete or in construction. 14 projects are scheduled to begin construction in March of 2023, and then 3 projects are pending coordination with TxDOT. We're working with TxDOT on the delivery of those last 3. So on this slide here, you can see the 19 projects, the street and park projects that have been completed already, or that will be complete by the end of this year. 19 projects. Most of them are park projects, but there's a few street projects as well, including the design for Yorktown, that significant project. And several park projects across each of the city council districts. On this next slide, we're going to show you the 6 projects that'll enter construction by the end of December by this year. 6 more. 2 of them are on the City Council agenda today, including Wildcat and Waldron. On this next slide, we show 14 projects that are scheduled to begin construction by March 2023, early next spring. Majority of them are street projects, some very significant. This shows you the end of the design, which mostly is this year. And then we'll have awards coming to City Council, and construction will begin in some of these January, February, and March. And then the final 3 are 3 projects that are pending work with TxDOT in the bond program. So that's tremendous. The summary is the projects are moving along, and we're still working, as an example, on some of our very old bond programs going back to 2003, 2007. So we're making significant business changes to deliver these projects within time, as we promised the voters. So now, just to talk about the 2022 bond program that'll come up for vote by the community. There's 32 projects for this new bond program. It's $125 million. We know that the priority for the community and the city council is streets, and so $92 million is allocated in this bond program for 15 street projects, 74% of all the funding. $20 million is allocated, or 16%, for 11 park projects, including Labonte Park and a very nice aquatic center at the Bill Witt Park. There's $10 million for police and fire safety and buildings, including a new South Police substation, brand new, and a replacement of fire station number 8 and 10. That would be the design of those 2 stations. And then we have $2.5 million for La Retama Library and exterior improvement. So the special election for this bond program will be the same as the City Council election, November 8th. The general election that'll be this fall, November 8th. There'll be 4 propositions on the ballot for the voters to consider. Proposition A will be streets, B is parks and recreation, C is public safety, and then D is libraries. And we have engaged the community in developing of the bond program. We've had numerous meetings here at the City Council chambers, but we'll continue to spread the word to the community. We have a budget video, and then today we're providing council with our voter brochure, our voter's guide for the bond program. On one side it's English, and when you flip it over, it's entirely in Spanish on the other. And so those will become available starting this Friday at 25 locations. We have some, I believe, that we passed out to the council today. We also have information on our website at cctexas.com/bond 2022. So we're excited about the bond program. No property tax rate increase necessary for the $125 million bond program. And the focus is on streets, parks, public safety, and 1 library project. So, Mayor, with that, we have a few other items, but if you wanted to break for citizens.
Right,
okay.
we have our public comment
Let me
period.
just have one question here. On the library, on the printing of this,
Yes, sir.
isn't Laura Tallman in District 1? It has District 2 here.
What does it say?
District 2?
Okay, we'll have to check to see if there was any.
So I was just curious, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. Okay.
Me too?
Oh, that's right.
Okay, we'll
Yes, sir.
make note of that.
Okay, we'll make it up.
Okay. Yeah, kind of like our reelect.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so at this time, it's noon, so we will break for public comment, which is section, or item F. I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum, please.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So now I'll be calling each person in order in which they signed up electronically in person, or electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. So please speak into the microphone located here at the podium and state your name and address prior to speaking. If you choose to speak during the public comment period, just know that when the item comes up on the agenda, you can only speak once on the item. So really choose one or the other at this point in time. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once you hear the buzzer go off, if you'll please kindly wrap up your comments and move along. If you have any petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you'll please hand it to Ms. Huerta to my right, she can distribute it to us before you start speaking. So with that, we will start with Jay Gardner.
But maybe it'll be short today for y'all.
Okay, yes.
We got a lot to cover here. Good morning, council, or afternoon, council and staff. I'm Jay Gardner at 3922 Sweet Bay Drive, and here is acting as the chair of the Island Strategic Action Committee by their direction. The last time I addressed y'all was sometime in February. It's been that long, and I heard a comment at last council that y'all wanted to hear from city committee, so I'm jumping on that one. First off, as you're aware, the county passed a motion to continue the TERS number 2, which is good news. Brent mentioned they may be looking at 75% and then stepping down to 50% over the next 5 years. That seems reasonable and like a pretty good level playing field. I'm sure y'all can work out in the MOU. I've been talking to Heather. I think she's on top of that. We've been vetting a lot more projects, including bridges and other things, while we've been waiting on the Packery Channel repairs to be completed. At the last TERS meeting, the full committee talked about funding a mobility plan for the island, which, as you all know, that's stalled. The studies have already been done, Maldonado and Burkett, Park Road 22-361, and recently the Whitecap Preserve study has been completed, so the data's there. The MPO got $15 million for multimodal paths on the island, and the city is supposed to be the local sponsor for that. So again, the money and the data is there. That just needs to move forward. There's a few other projects that are on hold right now because we're waiting on the reauthorization. One is the Area Development Plan implementation, and we're also waiting on Bond 2018. That was the only project for the island on that bond cycle, and we've been waiting for an update for months now and haven't got one. The Riley P. Dog Park at the end of Whitecap has been high-centered since winter. We're waiting on parks and utilities to get together. Again, that's from the county last week regarding expanding the no-wake zone along Packery Channel. They got $2.5 million out of the GLO to do a living shoreline there, and they need to know if they can slow the boats down. There's been some erosion there. You can see that on Google. To that end, I've been working with an ad hoc committee, the Parks and Recs Chair, Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee, and the Marina Committee, as we've been dealing with the same issues, and erosion is one of those. ISAC passed a motion that I should continue to work on this ad hoc committee, and you can expect a resolution signed by all of us, recommending that the city develop a shoreline protection and erosion response plan for bay shores. We have one for the beaches, but not for the bay shores. This will allow you to apply for KEPRA and CMP funding. Kevin Johnson with Parks has been working on getting funding with the GLO, and he's got a good project going down there, and we'd like to continue to support him. There's a lot more backstory on all these projects. If you guys want to look me up, I think I can be found. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Y'all stay out of trouble.
Okay. Barbara Welder.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Zanoni, and staff. I'm really happy to be here because I have a happy subject, which might surprise some of you. But at least we're here kind of at a culminating point on the drainage canal. By the way, 202 Reef Avenue, Corpus Christi. We've been through 3 years of struggling, talking, struggle, and so forth. And finally, you all and Mr. Zanoni and staff and the engineers have come up with this MIG plan, which we feel is a feasible plan because it does break down the north and the south end of North Beach, which are totally different in terms of elevation. And also, we agree that it should be done in phases. The MIG study showed that the north end was heavily beaten by rain, a lot of flooding. Actually, that's where I live, and That's true. But at least we know we have a plan. And those 3 years, I think, are sort of a catharsis in what we are doing now. And I'm glad to say that we wholeheartedly endorse the MIG plan. So thank you all so much for all of your time. Gee, I hate to mention names, but I'll just say all the city council. Many of you have come out many, many times. There are a few of you we've offered to get a cot for you because you've been there so many times. We are appreciative of the August 5th conference with you, with Mr. Zanoni and Councilman Lerma and staff members Edwards, Dodd, McGinn, and Dr. Young. That was a very, very, actually the subject was very prolific and very useful. We had an August 12th meeting on your budget, on our budget, and that was also very productive. Now I turn to recent speakers. We have had Coach Dodd and his staff just last week come out and give us a full story on the future parks and future plans for parks and recreation. And we're really pleased with that. Just on a personal note, yesterday was Coach Dodd's father's birthday. And I knew him personally. I taught at Ray High School, so it's a mutually, type of feeling point for those of you that have lived here a long time. Coach Dodd was so wonderful. Also, we believe the whole picture leads to a kind of a trajectory, so to speak, that North Beach is moving on up, so to speak, and we're finally hitting, I think, a wonderful relationship with all of the entities. So thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, Ms. Welder. And next, we will have Tom Taglaboo.
Hi, everyone. Tom Taglaboo, 6025 Ocean Drive. First, I want to encourage the mayor, council, and staff to participate in the October 8th Pride Parade. It was moved from June to October to hopefully have cooler weather. The city's been a past sponsor. This and prior councils have been supportive of Pride events, and it's greatly appreciated and valued by the LGBTQIA+ community. You can sign up at pridecorpuschristi.com. But I'm really here to commend the management and staff at the American Bank Center for their efforts to expand the types of entertainment acts available in the Coastal Bend consumers. I think they understand that their mission is to find events and shows that attract consumers to the Bank Center, whether they are straight, LGBTQIA, Hispanic, Anglo, African American, young, old, it doesn't matter. I understand that some have criticized an upcoming event that's happening in December. You may hear some inflammatory rhetoric about indoctrination and grooming. I don't believe it. What is so dangerous about having talented performers bringing joy and happiness during the holiday season? Nothing. We are consumers and we vote with our pocketbooks. We buy tickets to things we want to engage with. If it's not something you want to attend, stay away. Don't deny others the opportunity that we may have to see a show or attend an event. The city, through the ABC, should be attracting events and activities that encourages and increases attendance, enhances education, inspires meaningful discussion, and exposes residents to new and different cultures. I'm grateful that the ABC staff are trying to bring in concerts, plays, performances, conventions, meetings, and other activities with a wide demographic of the community. It's exactly what they should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, with that, that'll conclude our in-person comment, and I think we have Sharon Del Sus and Alyssa Mejia on WebEx.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
right. Ms. Del Sus?
Hi, Shireen Del Sus, 6030 Davis Street. Can you please play the video? I'm at Conquer the Coast right now, and I'm here to advocate for protected bike paths, especially along Ocean Drive, because here at Conquer the Coast there are so many people. I would say over 1,000 people, and the city manager said in a press conference that 60% of the people here are from out of town. So that's a lot of tourism money. That's 600 people at least in hotels, in the restaurants here. So you could do the math and figure it out. So these people, they came all the way here just so they can enjoy these ocean views safely. Because when you're cycling, the thought of an accident is always in the back of your mind. So when the streets are protected, you don't have any fear of cars hitting you, it's great. So let's have protected bike paths along Ocean Drive. Could you imagine having like 600 tourists out of town coming here just to ride their bikes, just to see the ocean? Why should we just see the ocean once a year, 1 hour for Conquer the Coast? Why not all year? So that's why I'm really urging the city to consider. They want to make a sporty city. They want to take advantage of cycling tourism that's growing. They should really consider having protected bike paths all along Ocean Drive. See how many people come here when they have that sense of safety and they can enjoy the ocean view. I also want to mention that cycling is $1 billion industry, and San Antonio has 210 miles of protected bike paths. Austin has 50 miles of protected bike paths, and Houston's working on 1,800 miles of protected bike paths. So all you have to do is just put some concrete to make protected bike paths, then people will come, hundreds of tourists like you saw at Conquer the Coast, and it's easy ROI, it's the easiest city investment. So if we had some entrepreneurial minds here, look at your competitors, look at what's been generating money. This is a easy decision. Paint is not enough. That's not how we make sidewalks. We need a raised median, so that way children, families, cautious cyclists can ride their bikes. And a lot of people have recently signed our petition. We have now 729 signatures on our petition, and cycling tourism is close to $1 billion industry. So let's capitalize on that. And also for safety, saving lives. People have died here in Corpus Christi from cycling. So let's consider protected bike paths as part of basic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delsus. Next is Alyssa Mejia.
Hi, can you see me?
Not yet, just
Hi,
one moment.
my name's
There you
Alyssa
are.
Mejia, and I live at 41 Camden Place. My remarks are in support of the comment just made by Jay Gardner regarding erosion. He spoke from the side of ISAC. I'm currently chairing the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, PRAC. This month, PRAC unanimously passed a motion to work with our fellow citizen advisory committees that also work with Shorelines, which are ISAC, the Watershore Beach Advisory Committee, and the Marina Advisory Committee, in support of the city in developing a shoreline protection and erosion response plan. The new Parks and Recreation Master Plan identified that most of our shoreline parks have areas of advanced erosion threatening these much-loved public spaces. And I stand in support of citizens and city staff in collaborating to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Mayor, that concludes the
Alyssa
public
Mejia.
comment period.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public comment.
Okay.
Yes, so Mr. Zanoni, if you'd like
Right.
to continue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We have a few more items. So we have some exciting news to talk to the council about today regarding our airport, and specifically about a direct flight service to Denver, Colorado. And as you know, our executive team here, our leadership team at the International Airport, has been talking to Southwest Airlines since late 2000 to expand air service travel to the city of Corpus Christi. And as a result of those discussions and their dedication, Southwest Airlines is now offering a new travel opportunity with a direct flight to Denver, Colorado. And this direct flight option has a period of which it's a trial run. It ends on October 31st. If we can prove that there's demand there, then the flight could be continued, and others may happen as well, more direct flights. And so today with us is our aviation director, Kevin Smith, and Deputy Director Tyler Miller, both here. And they've led those discussions with Southwest Airlines, and Kevin's going to give us a few more details on that today.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yeah, it was some really exciting news. You know, they want to test the Denver market, so this is one way to do it without, you know, having to start a nonstop flight, which is what the ultimate goal is, right? But this is a good test for us, and they've actually already extended it 5 days. It's now November 4th, so so that's a good sign. Just real quick, I was visiting with the station manager for Southwest this morning, and he said that 11:05 flight has gone up about 30% since they started doing this. So they're already seeing some positive numbers. As a matter of fact, last week the flight couldn't go to Houston due to a fuel issue. So Southwest Network Planning said just send it nonstop to Denver and we'll catch up there. So the flight went nonstop with 86 people on it. So it didn't make a lot of sense to take it to Houston to put 30 more on. They just flew it straight to Denver nonstop. So some exciting stuff, I think. If I could go to the first slide. Yeah, so as Peter mentioned, we've been talking to Southwest since Tyler and I arrived about not just Denver service, but new service to Love Field and other locations. We did have 4 of their officials come down from network planning and their revenue management team. They came down for a Hooks game. So we took them out there, and one of their lead guys, Hudson, actually threw out the first pitch. So they enjoyed that quite a bit. So this testing period is just hopefully going to allow us to prove that this market is worthy of a nonstop. So that's the ultimate goal. It's not the best news yet, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. This direct flight actually opens up 28 new routes out of Denver. So places like Spokane, you couldn't fly to Spokane out of here before this new direct flight. So Spokane, Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Boise, Fresno, Santa Barbara, all those places are new connections you can make out of Denver now that wasn't available before. So next slide. Just a quick shot there of the team at the Hooks game. Again, it was they loved it. They thought it was an exciting night, and we took them, up to the top floor of the Omni and showed them the city at night, and they were really impressed. They had never been down here before, so I think it was worthwhile. Next slide. And these are just some slides of some of our social media marketing that we're doing about this direct flight. We've had a lot of good response from customers, so we're really looking forward to the information when we get from Southwest how these flights actually did through the trial period. Next slide. And again, this is just another one of our social media marketing continued. And we're trying to get Southwest to also push it out on their social media. So hopefully we'll get some traction there.
Tyler Miller, Deputy Director of Aviation. If I could just make a quick point, I think it's extra exciting that Southwest was willing to kind of experiment and expand this service in such of an industry climate that we're in right now. COVID is still very prevalent, the impacts of COVID, especially in the travel industry and the airlines especially. A lot of these airlines, not even 2 years ago, had to make very difficult decisions just to survive as a company. And now we're getting a lot of attention, and they're working with us on some of these exciting developments for our community that they're not really willing to do in other areas because of the industry climate that we're in. So I just think it's a very exciting development that we're in right now.
For sure. Should be one last slide. Yeah, so next steps. Obviously, we're going to get the data back from Southwest and really hone in on how we can make this either a permanent direct flight or a permanent nonstop flight. But the Fly Local pledge is where I need y'all's help. This is where I need you guys to help us go get 10 companies to commit. To date, we've got about 40 companies that have signed the pledge. It totals of about 1,000 citizens that work for those companies, but we need more. When we go to sit down with the airlines in October, we really want to be able to show them a stack of pledges that we got from our community, because that matters to them a great deal. 66% of the people that live in Corpus Christi are driving to other airports. And we've got to stop that bleed. And without stopping that bleed, we're never going to get a nonstop flight. So I've challenged all you guys, go get us 10 companies, and we'll just be waiting online to see them roll in. Any questions?
Yes, Kevin, Tyler, thank you so very much. What great news this is, that it opens up another hub on there and get that connection with it. And I think what CVB told us last week, that by doing a little bit of marketing, we've doubled our out-of-state traffic in there. So what are you doing in conjunction with our Visit Corpus Christi as far as
Yeah, so we actually work with them. We have a standing weekly meeting to discuss how we can get data to show airlines what potential there is here in Corpus Christi. So we're doing some planning, but not any joint marketing as of yet. If we do get the Denver service, they have committed $100,000 in marketing dollars for the Denver market. We'll cover the Corpus market from the airport's perspective, but they're going to pledge $100,000 to just blast the Denver market with advertising. So we're ready for it. We just got to get that.
Well, thank you, Visit Corpus Christi. I know this trial is in the shoulder season with it, so is Southwest aware that it's not a busy season, particularly where we're talking vacation markets?
Yeah, they are. The other problem with this is there's not a direct flight back. So some of those destinations you can get to, and we've already, and actually some of our customers said, look, I tried to book Spokane. I can get there, but I can't get back. So we're forwarding those comments to Southwest and say, guys, to really do a proper test, we need a direct flight both ways. Yeah. And let's do it in March, see what happens.
I think this is just absolutely fantastic news. Well, we've talked and tried to do it, and finally we've got a legitimate air carrier on there, a national air carrier that we're going into another hub, and we can move exponentially with it. But this is our chance to prove that. So when are we going? What's the party in Denver?
It leaves at 11:05 and gets you there at 2:35.
Okay.
So it's pretty nice.
Can we come back? Or
you can come back, but you have to change planes coming back.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you, and thanks to the team. I know y'all have been working very hard.
We're not stopping either.
Yeah, I know you're not. I know, and we love that. Thank you, and you're really, truly listening. You're listening to this council. You're listening to from the moment you guys got here. I remember, and so thank you for what you're doing, because every time we turn around, 2 weeks ago, we were announcing the grant, that you've been working on for several years. So those are huge strides, and everybody needs to know that this all makes a huge difference. We're in a transformational time, as I like to say, and it's a new day, of course, in Corpus Christi.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Kevin, that was going to be my question. So this direct flight, so to speak, from here to Houston to Denver. So if I'm just going to Denver, can I get that same route back?
You can. You're just going to have to change when you get to Houston.
You got to change planes when you come back.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Oh,
Mulligan.
Council Manager.
So when's our Vegas flight coming in?
We've wrestled with this, right? To me, Denver makes the most sense because of the connectivity to Vegas, to other cities. Going to Vegas, people are going to go point to point. If we could do it with a 70, 100-seater, I think we could do it every day. But 176, 180 seats on these 737s now, it's a hard sell to do a daily flight to Vegas. 3 times a week, doable. But Southwest doesn't really operate that way. So we're still targeting the Denvers, the Frontiers, the Allegiant, Avelo. We're targeting those airlines. We've got meetings coming up next month with all of them, and we're going to have a really good presentation that Visit Corpus Christi is helping us with, as well as one of our consulting firms.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kevin and Tyler both. And we have one more presentation, and that is to talk to the council and the community on a very important subject, which is water levels. So we know that in drought times, we're guided by the City Council approved drought contingency plan. And that put us into stage 1 water restrictions earlier this year, when we were just above 40% in our combined capacity water levels at Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. Because of recent rains, our levels are improved. Today, they're at 49.6% capacity, which is good, but it's not great. And yesterday in our weekly briefing with the National Weather Service, they did say that today or yesterday, this week, may be some of our better days when it comes to water for the next several months, because they expect us to be in a La Nina situation again through this winter. This will be the 3rd time in a row. And what that means for us here is drier conditions and hotter conditions. So that means less rain projected in the future, all the way up through the spring. So while 50%, almost at 50% is a good report, given the long-term forecast, we still have to caution about conservation and remind our community, as is our new pledge, about conserving water every day, not just when we're in a crisis. So today, Michael Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer, is going to give us an update on where we are, when we might reach that 50% capacity level. We know that all those rains that we had takes time to get to the reservoirs, but the peak flow has reached us, so we're on the descending flow of water coming in. But the forecasts or the predictions, the forecasting expects that we could get at 50% by the end of this week, and if not, maybe with some rains over the weekend that are forecasted. So with that, we're going to have Michael Murphy give us a little bit more detail, and Esteban Ramos is here as well.
Thank you, Peter. I've also got Esteban Ramos with me, and I want to congratulate Wes and Drew. Excited about the new structure that we're working on in Corpus Christi Water, and the future is bright for Corpus Christi Water, I assure you that. And with these two men sort of leading the way, it's going to be really good for our efforts, and hopefully we'll see a lot of really positive things happen out of Corpus Christi Water this year. Just to reiterate what Peter just said, recent rains have given us a brief break from dry conditions, but don't let that fool you. The weather forecast for this winter is going to be hot and dry with the temperatures due to the La Nina. And so what does that mean to the city of Corpus Christi? That really means that barring any tropical event, we're going to see even though we see this little peak in water due to the rainfall events that we've had over the last several weeks, we're going to see that start to drop again without any event. So we need to pay attention to that. So if we can go to the first slide. Thank you. So stage 1 water restrictions are still in effect today. And just a reminder to everyone that watering with irrigation or sprinkler systems is allowed 1 day a week on your trash collection day. No watering between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Using a handheld hose with shutoff nozzle is allowed on any day at any time. And then we are still enforcing the water restrictions with the citations. Next slide. And so like Peter was saying, the combined capacities of our two lakes today is at 49.6%. I think yesterday it was 49.4%. So it is slightly moving, but it's just like in any event like this, the hardest part of getting out of something or whatever is sort of the last part of it, whether it's in a football game or baseball game or a bicycle race like you guys had this weekend. The last part is always the most difficult, and I don't think this is going to be any different. So we're at 49.6%. We are anticipating that sometime within the next 2 weeks that we're going to hit 50%. That's what we're anticipating. There's a combination of two things. We still see water trickling down from the Northwest Basin, but we're also seeing a reduction in irrigation because of the microstorms that we've been having recently, which helps. And the combination of those, we feel like we're going to get those 0.4% to get us over the 50% milestone. And then when that does happen, we're going to get back together and using all of our media outlets and platforms, and we're going to make an announcement that we're out of the drought, officially out of stage 1 drought when we hit that 50% mark. And then Peter obviously will take the lead on that, and then we'll be doing a broad broadcast of how we're going to do that. And but here's the at council's direction, what we're doing now is based on the long-term forecast and us coming out of the drought. It means it's even more important that we do water conservation. So in October, we're going to unveil our new water conservation plan at council's direction, and we're making modifications to the existing plan. But it's going to be a 365-day per year conservation effort that we're going to be introducing in October. And so hence we titled it Water Conservation 365. And we're going to unveil that here in a couple of weeks. And we're going to target the first quarter of 2023 with these new re-energize efforts on water conservation, and we're going to take that all the way through the entire year. And so we will be coming back to you with the first quarter, second quarter, all the way through the end of the year with new water conservation efforts. So we are in the process of trying to hire additional staff to work with Esteban and his team on water management, including drought contingency plan, updates to that, and then also our water conservation plan. So you'll be seeing that come, but we're excited about talking about our new water conservation effort, and we're going to start sending out teasers, social media teasers, maybe even a billboard, talking about Water Conservation 365 is coming soon. So we're be looking for that. So as we exit the stage 1 drought, I think it's important that we recognize our public that has helped us get out of this drought. Just like we had anticipated, our community has come together and has adhered to our restriction effort by not irrigating and following our directions. And so thank you to our general public for that, but that doesn't mean we're going to rest or we're going to take a break from water conservation. We're going to hit that hard, and we're going to be doing that the entire year. So with that said, any questions, we'll be glad to answer.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing and looking at the conservation over time. But as we're moving forward, I was out of town. I came home, picked up the caller times on there, and I see the advertisement we're running on the front page. Our area is in extreme drought. Now, I think we ought to be doing conservation, but our area is not in an extreme drought. And when we're telling the people that when it's not, you develop a little bit of a Chicken Little on there. So, I'm coming home to a jungle out there and swatting mosquitoes, and I look in the paper that Corpus is saying our area is in extreme drought. Now, I went and looked at the September 13th drought monitor on there that our watershed on there, about 4% of the watershed is in extreme drought, Medina County. 96% is not with it. But I think with our communications to our citizens on there, we need to reflect the actual conditions. And so on our messaging, we could be saying in the same spot we need to conserve water, but don't tell the people we're in extreme drought when we're not. It's not a correct statement with there. So I laud you for what you're doing on the conservation, but let's get the actual facts out there. And if we want to talk about, we've got a La Nina coming up, and we're 450% full. That's great, but we're not in an extreme drought. Let's not tell the public that we are when we're not. So thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments. We are in stage 1. And as we remain in stage 1, we're going to keep the restrictions in place. But as we come out of it, and hopefully, like I said, within the next week or maybe 2 weeks, then we'll change that message for sure.
Should we be saying as a city something that we're not? Let's change the message to conserve water. Our watershed is dry or something, but don't tell them something that we're not.
Yeah, Councilman,
that's what I'm saying.
not to interrupt, but that was ill-timed. The order for that was placed before we had those significant rains. So it's not that we didn't order that to be on that Sunday. It was about 2 weeks ago. I saw it myself. And it was ill-timed.
Yeah.
It's a matter of timing. When we put the request in, we were in that extreme drought, but then that next week is when we got rain, and we came out of the drought. So you're right. Yeah. We didn't intently do that. It's just the matter of when we placed the order and when the caller was able to publish it. It was poorly timed.
Well, we can change the copy. That'd be what my suggestion would be. Like conservation is important. We've still got a lot.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Okay. Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Along those lines, I'd be very careful in how you word your predictions of what we're going to be going through with La Nina. At the beginning of this year, we were predicted to have a very active hurricane season, which didn't come to fruition. So it would be based on predicted forecasts, but I'm not sure how good weather forecasting is, a couple months in advance. So I'd caution you to say this is a conservation in case we don't get that rain, to avoid the Chicken Little thing that Councilman Smith was referring to. So just be overly cautious on how you communicate that this is just an overall general practice, and not a formal prediction.
No,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. But at this council's direction, we are going to be implementing a 365-day conservation plan.
Yeah, and then Councilman, I'm not making that prediction. It's from the experts at the National Weather Service. So just
Well,
to put
so
on-
it was a hurricane prediction.
right.
Yeah, and
well,
they're here.
Right. Good. Well,
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just
I
saying
know,
just
we're
be cautious.
Right. We're
Be
using
cautious.
experts, but speaking of that, we do have our expert National Weather Service person here with us today, and that's going to be our final item. So we'll let Councilman Hernandez also greet Melissa.
Right.
Councilman.
Yeah, they exist.
So unless there's any other questions, I'll get to that item. Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead. Yes,
actually,
ma'am.
one more, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I had this discussion with a friend this morning, and I think the message needs to be we're blessed to have received some rain here recently that sort of got us out of the hole, so to speak. But on a go-forward basis, even though Lake Corpus Christi has filled to an 88% full capacity, Choke Canyon got hardly anything. In fact, it's actually gone down a little bit in the last couple of weeks. So we're by no means out of the woods, and conservation of what we have is very critical. Just like we conserve everything else, we need to make sure that people understand that conservation is going to be a part of the formula until we come up with a new source or new sources of water to supply this city. So it's we don't mean to scare people, but I think it's important to let them know that they need to start thinking about water conservation as a part of their daily life.
Yeah, good point, Councilman. And to that end, last year at this time, the combined levels were at 60%. 60. Yeah. So today we're at, a year later, same month, we're at 50%. So it's right. Just want to point that out as well.
Okay. Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. And then Mayor and Council, this final item it's a bittersweet item, but we want to recognize and say farewell to Melissa Huffman. She's our esteemed meteorologist from the National Weather Service, the Corpus Christi Bureau. Melissa currently is the warning coordination meteorologist, and she works with local, including Corpus Christi, state and federal agencies to provide weather information, and that is done for 15 South Texas counties, including our team right here in Nueces County and Corpus Christi. So Melissa recently was promoted to meteorologist in charge of the National Weather Service Southern Regional Headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas. Well, she will provide direct support to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the state of Texas, the U.S. Coast Guard Atlantic area, as well as supporting 15 National Weather Service offices across 10 states. Wow. Right, the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. That's a huge promotion for Melissa, but well-deserved. Her last day in our area will be September 30th. She stayed through the hurricane season. She said, we're going to stay through the hurricane season, make sure Corpus is all right. Melissa we have relied extensively on Melissa for weather service, supporting us during extreme weather events such as Hurricane Hannah in 2020, that extreme weather event we had in February 2021, and even the summer's severe drought that we just got out of. So Melissa is originally from Fort Worth, but she's worked in Midland, Houston, New Braunfels, and most recently here in Corpus Christi. And she has a meteorology climatology degree from the University of Nebraska and a master's degree in public administration from the University of North Texas. So what we know is great talent needs even greater challenges, and that's where Melissa's heading next. And we want to wish you best wishes, Melissa, in your newest endeavor. We know you'll be missed here in Corpus Christi, but we know that we're happy for you for your advancement in your career. And during her time here in Corpus Christi, Melissa worked closely with Billy Delgado, who's going to miss her as well. And in February 2020, Billy first welcomed Melissa to the city as our liaison with her. And Billy's worked closely with her through all those major events I talked to you about Melissa's been part of our team, and no matter if we worked on a Saturday, on a Sunday, in the morning, in the evening, Melissa was with us. It didn't matter. She participated, even though she didn't work for us. So a great team spirit. And we want Billy, though, to say a few words since he worked so closely with her over these last couple of years.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Council. Just wanted to thank Melissa for the work that she has done for us. Those of us that are on those calls, the mayor and city manager and other officials, fire chief, police chief, that are on these calls when a pending hurricane is coming, and the calmness and the technical information that she gives us on the incoming storms, no matter which one it is she's very admirable. We were lucky enough to sit on the interview panel with John Metz, who's her boss. Great interviews. When Melissa got up, she did her interview. She knocked it out of the park. We knew that she was to be a great fit for Corpus Christi. So Melissa, thank you for what you've done for us. Thank you for what you've done for the community. A lot of people don't see what goes on behind the scenes, but the mayor and the city manager know all that you do for us. And so I want to thank you. And Deputy Fire Chief wants to say a few words, and then John Metz.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Richie Quintero, Deputy Fire Chief. Well, the key to making any type of decision is verifiable and timely information. That is what has allowed us to speak with confidence, to provide information to yourselves, city manager, and so forth. And there isn't an entity that we would put above that list, and I say that with caution, of course, I thought about that before I said it, than the National Weather Service. While we also often gravitate to the concern for hurricanes, items such as drought, heat events, and so forth are a part of our daily considerations. And despite being from out of town, Melissa has considered Corpus Christi her home, and she makes herself available as she is. Holidays, weekends, after hours, before hours, any time of day, she's been available to the group. So on behalf of myself and my boss, Robert Rocha, who's not available to be here, we appreciate that dedication. Thanks, Melissa.
And John from the National Weather Service is going to say a few words as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Peter. So thank you for having us today. And I want to recognize Billy Delgado and Brianne at the City Emergency Management Office and Peter for, keeping us on our toes. And they do a phenomenal job. We have a shared mission, keeping our community safe from hazardous weather and non-hazardous weather events. So Melissa is going to be a tremendous loss for us, but we've really benefited as a weather office, as a community, having her as a part of our team for as long as we've had her. We knew we wouldn't keep her for long, but she'll still be connected with us and leading the briefings for the state of Texas, the State Operations Center, as well as FEMA and other entities across the southern United States. But she's really had a big impact on our office, on our community, and she'll be greatly missed, and we'll be working hard to find her replacement here very soon, hopefully by this coming March, in time for the next hurricane season. But Melissa, congratulations on your promotion. We're going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Gary Barney's here as well from our, right, Gary, you want to say a quick word or two? Gary's been on a lot of those extreme calls with us and Melissa. Yes, sir. Thanks for being there, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
It really is a team environment. Across the coastal Bend community, Corpus Christi, everything we do is as a team. Now, one thing, the way I look at it, it's kind of like the fire department. They're there 24 hours a day, right? They're always watching our backs. When that happens, you're going to get that call. That's been the National Weather Service in Corpus Christi, and Melissa's really led that battle charge whenever anything's going on. She's the first one to reach out and let us know something's going on, weather concerned, especially on incidents, hazmat incidents and other incidents where we need that information right away. Just a great relationship. I know it's going to continue, but we're certainly going to miss her. So, and definitely a well-deserved congratulations. That's quite the honor for her to do that, and we're really excited to have her giving us the briefing at the state level.
Yeah.
Right,
So
thank you, Gary. Gary's from the Texas Department of Emergency Management, regional.
Yeah.
I'm the district coordinator. I'm sorry,
District
Texas
coordinator.
Division
Yes,
of
sir.
Emergency Management.
Yeah.
Very important.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gary, for being here. Is
Melissa, did you want to say a few words, Melissa? Yes, okay. Great.
Hello. So, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Peter. I'm touched and flattered by the recognition that the city is providing today, and I want to thank the city for their incredible partnership with the National Weather Service during my time here in Corpus Christi. Through 2 historic hurricane seasons, including the first landfalling hurricane in the United States during a pandemic. That was here in the coastal bend. I feel like we deserve some recognition for that. As well as an unprecedented February 2021 statewide winter disaster, the city of Corpus Christi, and in particular, Emergency Manager Billy Delgado, as well as City Manager Peter Zanoni, prioritized weather situational awareness and constant communication with the National Weather Service. This has translated to strong and open lines of communication for weather support and other events, including our recent drought coordination, the Cole Park Pier reopening, and last weekend's Conquer the Coast bike race. In the 5 NWS offices I have served in Texas, I have never experienced such a strong and proactive relationship with a city, and I am so proud to have been a part of Corpus Christi, even if it was only for a brief time. Corpus Christi will always hold a special place in my heart, and I want to thank the mayor, the council, the city manager, and the emergency management coordinator, as well as the entire Office of Emergency Management for their commitment to protecting life, property, and Corpus Christi at large from weather and water hazards. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. And Melissa, thank you. You know, it's been a couple years that I've had the pleasure of being almost years to work with you, and it's always on Zoom, so it's so good to meet you from a distance here. But you do, and everyone has said everything, but you're a true leader. And when so many people on all of those calls that we're on depend on you, and the way you come across, the way you explain everything, you do it so well, but you're in complete control. So, which is why you're continuing to move on. So it is bittersweet, but we're very, very lucky. We're blessed to have you and to still have you. But thank you for everything that you have truly given, not only us that are on the calls, but all of everything that you provide. It trickles down, you know, to our leadership positions. So we really appreciate you. Thank you, and good luck.
Thanks, Melissa. Thank you, Mayor, for those words from Melissa. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the city manager's report for today.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Let's see. So next, we are going to have our board and committee appointments, and then I'm going to move the 2 briefings, Peter, up. You know, to after we do those appointments, because I know we have people here for that. Okay, Norma, or I'm sorry, Ms. Huerta.
Let's see, Mayor and Council, the first boards for your consideration are the Corpus Christi B, that's the Type B Corporation, and the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Type A Corporation. So I recommend taking those boards together because historically the same persons serve on both the Type A and B boards. There are 4 vacancies, so let's consider the request for reappointment first. Leah Oliveri, Diana Summers, and Robert Temez are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries for reappointment.
Okay, so that leaves 1 vacancy. Lee Trujillo has termed out. Nominations for a new appointee are in order now.
Okay, council, would anyone like to nominate?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Jesus Jimenez.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Michelle Lozano.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close nominations.
Okay, so would you like to start with Councilmember Barrera or
We can
Hernandez?
start with Hernandez.
Okay.
Lozano.
Okay.
Jimenez.
Lozano. Jimenez.
Lozano.
Jimenez.
This never gets any easier, does it? Jimenez.
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 All right. Mr. Jimenez is appointed to both the Type A and B boards. And also, just for clarity, the reappointments were made to Type A and B boards as well. So, all right. So next we have the Corpus Christi Downtown Management District. There are 9 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 4 property owners, 4 agent, employee, or tenants, and 1 resident. So per the Texas Local Government Code, succeeding directors are chosen through the recommendation of the board and the approval of the council. So in your packet, you'll see the DMD is recommending the postponement of one of the property owner positions for further recruitment. So that leaves us with 8 positions to fill today.
Move to reappoint.
Okay, you're going to
Second.
recommend the reappointments of the 8 people.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay. Next, we have the library board. There are 4 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 La Retama Club and 1 Friends of the Library, and then 2 regular members. So first, we'll look at reappointments. Sharon Hines, she is a nominee of the Friends of the Library's board, and Dora Wilburn are seeking reappointment, and their rates are in your packets.
Move to reappoint.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Who seconded? I'm sorry. Thank you,
Councilman
Billy.
Lerma.
Okay, very good.
The motion carries.
All right. So then that leaves us with 2 vacancies. One of the vacancies represents the La Retama Club, and they're nominating Carol Matthews for your consideration.
Okay.
So is there,
we just need a motion to.
Yes, if the council is amenable to that.
So moved.
Okay,
so
thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah, do
Second.
we have a second?
Yes, right here.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so then there's 1 remaining vacancies, and nominations are in order for that one.
And that is for, trying to get to it. That is for which?
Which position? It's
Oh,
Ida
but I mean,
Hobbs.
is it where is it?
Yeah, Ida Hobbs resigned, so it's an open position.
Okay. Let's see here.
I'll nominate Carol Matthews.
Okay, she's already appointed, or he
Miss-
is, I'm sorry.
Miss Miss Hawkins, was that, I mean, she's on the list.
Yes, she is. Mhm.
So that's okay to do. I mean, I know you had, they had question, or there was question. That was straightened out.
Correct. I mean, she's eligible for reappointment. We included her on the list, but there is a legal opinion about that. That was distributed to the council.
Is she on here or not?
It's,
What, she's on the list? Yes, she's on the list.
yes, she is.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, she hasn't been disqualified. There's just a legal opinion regarding her status as a elected official.
Right.
What's the legality on it?
A memo was sent out to the council. Mr. Risley, is it okay if we discuss that? Okay.
Alice
I-
Hawkins?
I'd like to nominate Alice Hawkins.
Okay.
Second.
Great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, very good.
So Alice is taking the,
Ida Hobbs's position. Yes, ma'am.
okay.
All right.
Okay,
So
thank
next
you.
we have reinvestment zone number 5, otherwise known as the BOCO board. And that's the last board for your consideration today. There are 5 vacancies, and they represent the following category: landowners, 5 landowners or agents. So there are the following 5 members are seeking reappointment, and they are Councilmember Roland Barrera, Nueces County Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, Director of Finance Heather Hurlbert, Planning Director Dan McGinn, and Roberto Santos Williams.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, is this board actually having meetings, or where are we at on this?
We've met once a year, so we've
Once a
had
year.
2 meetings.
2 meetings.
So, Mr. Santos did request that we do an extension. Obviously, the challenges with the economy all the, it's probably going to be very difficult, but he still asked that we add another year so that way he can reassess the opportunity. Or unless Heather, if you'd like to make a comment about it, you'd probably say it better than I could.
Yeah.
Because I know Heather's been talking to him.
Hi, Council Mayor Heather Holbert, Director of Finance. So terrace number 5 has met on an annual basis to set the budget. And the developer, as Councilmember Burrs has said, the developer has requested an extension on the milestones for the development, extension of 2 years, due to the current economic climate and the supply chain issues. So that's where we're standing.
So this is, when you talk about financials, has this thing actually generated any income at this point or not?
So it has generated some income, because the land has not been developed. It's still in an agricultural state, the majority of it. It's not significant. There has not been significant growth in the increment. Has produced a little bit. It has reimbursed the city for some of the creation costs that were incurred, and for administration, but that's it.
Would you mind sending us a financial report, please?
I sure can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there was a motion and a second, but no vote.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We will now have our presentation and briefing on the Council of Governments by Tammy Embry, followed by the EDC briefing, quarterly briefing.
Do you have a PowerPoint, Tammy?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. There should be a presentation.
Right, number 38, you got AV control.
A couple weeks ago, y'all asked for an update on the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. This map shows all of the different regional council of governments across the state of Texas. Each of them serve various capacities. Ours is down here, number 16, or no, sorry, number 20. And our COG serves as really kind of led the way as council of governments were formed in the state of Texas. We were one of the earlier councils of governments formed in 1966. And the regional council of governments were kind of one of the outgrowths of President Johnson's Great Society movement that with urban renewal and other initiatives that went along with regionalization. The governing board of the COG is made up of representatives from member governing entities. There are 11 counties in our COG region: Aransas, Bee, Brooks, Duval, Jim Wells, Kennedy, Clayburgh, Live Oak, Nueces, Refugio, and San Patricio. The numbers there along represent the number of votes that each entity has on the board of directors. Counties receive 1 vote for every 20,000 persons in population. There are 33 cities that are members of our Council of Government. The city of Corpus Christi has the most votes on the board at 9, followed by Kingsville, Alice, and the remaining cities all have 1 vote. The cities are apportioned votes on the board based on population of. They get a vote for 15,000 in population and then receive additional votes for every 35,000 in additional population. The board member meetings are held on the 4th Friday of each month with a couple of exceptions. The governing board, hold on. In December, the COG will meet on the 2nd Friday instead of the 4th Friday of the month, unless that is changed by a majority of vote. And they do not hold a November meeting unless there is something pressing and a majority vote of the board. Quorum is met by having representatives from 6 counties and having 17.5 votes from cities present in the room or now virtually. The meetings are hybrid at this point. And the next meeting will be held this coming Friday, September 23rd at 2 p.m. in the COG offices, which are up on Leopard, just past where Development Services are, and it's across from Miller Stadium. These are the current appointed board members from the city of Corpus Christi. Councilman Molina, Barrera, Hunter, and Hernandez, along with myself, Michael Rodriguez, Peter Collins, Esteban Ramos, and Neiman Young. And we have 2 alternates currently, Gabe Hinojosa and Sony Paranel.
I'm sorry, Tammy, and so were those council members appointed?
Those were
How were
appointed by the council last year.
Is it every year
Last
that
fall?
they're appointed?
They're
make-
appointed as needed. I think at least every, within each new council you would appoint.
Okay, every 2 years.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's up to, it's up to the city to choose it's not by COG bylaws, it's not required that we update them ever so often. We update them as we choose to update the membership of the COG.
Mm-hmm.
And then the COG also has associate members that are non-voting. The Port of Corpus Christi, South Texas Water Authority, San Patricio Municipal Water District, Nueces County Drainage District Number 2, Nueces County Water, I think, Water Control and Improvement District Number 3, and the Corpus Christi MPO. The executive staff, John Buckner is the executive director and has been for as long as anyone can remember. I know I talked to Pat when I was putting together this presentation, and she said she remembers early in her time at the city going to the COG and meeting everyone, and John was the executive director then. So you've been with the city 44 years. Director of Finance, Veronica Toomey. Director of the Area Agency on Aging is Viola Monreal. Director of Planning and Economic Development, Emily Martinez, and the Homeland Security Planning Coordinator, RJ Thomas, are some of the ones that we deal with on a regular basis. And this is a list of the COG standing committees. And the standing committees are important because these kind of govern some of the big issues that the COG is involved in. The Area Agency on Aging is very important to city operations. They work with our senior center staff. The funding for Meals on Wheels comes through the Area Agency on Aging, among some other programs. And that is actually one function of the COG, is that there's a lot of state and federal funding that gets funneled down through the regional councils of government. The Meals on Wheels and some of those, what you think of community action agency fundings, the 211 resources are a lot coordinated by the COG. The Criminal Justice Public Protection Committee, that's chaired by Pat Eldridge, and they actually work with some of the state grants. They are in charge of the PSAPs, is that right? Do y'all do that, or is that Homeland Security? The public safety answering points, and so that between that committee, and then they also have the 911 networking committee. 911, we do not receive our funding for 911 through the Council of Governments, as we are a home rule city, and it's us, Portland, and Aransas Pass all receive their own funding stream for 911 services. But for the rest of the region, that's all coordinated through the Council of Governments. And that's a huge coordinating point and a central point as next generation 911 services are implemented to bring all of our rural areas into up to standard with that. The COG is a vital resource. The COG also, through the criminal justice, is involved with has a law enforcement training academy and fund various awards, grant awards that come down through the state. The Economic Development Committee was is kind of what brought this to brought the request for the update to your attention a couple weeks ago, as they were considering the distribution of the CDBG mitigation funds. And that's one example that has come through the economic development side. After Hurricane Harvey, the CDBG disaster recovery, some of the housing money came through there, Economic Development Administration grants. They have also worked on some Economic Development Administration initiatives over the last few years. One in particular is they've really recently got a grant to start a business incubator program in Jim Wells County. They are also working with TxDOT on some rural transportation planning, which is kind of a new area for our COG. A lot of other COGs around the state are very active in transportation planning. But obviously here in Corpus Christi, that's handled at the MPO level. But one example of something they're taking on for the regional areas, the Homeland Security Advisory Board Committee, that's extremely important to our emergency response. Personnel, Billy and Richie are extremely active in that committee. Richie is the voting member on that committee for the city of Corpus Christi. Peter Collins also serves on that committee. That is actually working on, they're part of the process of updating all of the emergency response radio networks to ensure complete connectivity and interoperability through all the various radio networks. So that's been one of the big initiatives there. And then you also have the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Our solid waste staff serves on that committee, and we'd already talked about 911. So that's it, but if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
I'm sorry, Councilman Pusley. Is it an old life?
But let me just say real quickly, I served on the COG for a number of years at the county, and at one time was appointed as treasurer. And I went over and I asked John, I said, well, what does the treasurer do? And he handed me a piece of paper and he said, I'll give you one of these each meeting and you just say I do. So that was pretty much the effect of it. Most of the time it's pretty much like watching grass grow at those meetings, but there is a lot of money that gets funneled through the COG.
Yes, sir.
And so it's important for us to have presence there. And it's especially important, Peter, for us to keep up with what's going to be on the agenda, because just like the deal that Tammy mentioned, if we're not prepared, then we'll get left out. But I know one of the most exciting meetings we had is John invited one of the police lieutenants or captains, I can't remember his rank right off the bat, to come over and give us a talk about what their rules and regulations are on high-speed pursuits. And that was a very exciting meeting for us.
Well, and that's one of the things that has been hard as I have stepped into that role. We and keeping up with the COG is actually figuring out when those subcommittees meet, who serves on those subcommittees, and that kind of thing. We have actually gotten it so that they've now published the subcommittee memberships and the standing committees on the website, so you can actually access who's on it and who's appointed to it from our jurisdiction. So that was something new and improved this year that we've got. They used to 100% mail, hard copy snail mail agendas and everything else. That is now, they're now sending emails and posting that online. They've moved into hybrid meetings, so you can join virtually, which helps some of our rural community. You know, it's kind of hard to justify driving an hour and a half or 2 hours round trip for a 45-minute meeting at the COG. So that they have made some big improvements over the last few years. Tom Tagliabue was here earlier. He served on the COG for a long time when he was in my role as Intergovernmental Relations Director, and then was also on the Executive Committee and served as an appointee for the city for several years. But he actually helped lead the area to up and modernize their branding and some of that type of stuff too. So there have been a lot of things that have happened over the years, but they've still got a long way to go. I mean, there are a lot of things that happen in COGs around the state that we don't begin to touch, but that will come over time, I think.
Yeah, but again, I just want to close and say it's important for us to be involved. A lot of money goes through there, and the state agencies and federal agencies use that as a vehicle to do that. And so we have to pay attention. So I encourage our involvement. I'm not looking for an appointment to the COG. I've done my time.
We would welcome you to come be involved,
I've done
Councilman
my
Pusley.
time in the barrel, so I'll delegate that to somebody else.
Yeah, can I add to that, Councilman, that I have the ability to appoint staff to this, and so in the most recent appointments, I have 2 assistant city managers, 2 department directors, and 1 program manager. That's the 5 that I can appoint. So we elevated the level of title, and I've told them all, and I continue to tell them all, you guys need to go to the meetings. This is not just something we appointed you to, so we watch it closely to make sure not only do they go, but they're prepared. And that includes even through the COVID times when they had to go in remotely, so they still, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the worst part about the meetings at the COG, and Tom would probably remember this, is your cell phone won't work in there. I mean, I think it was an old CIA building at one time or something, but you can't get a cell phone signal of any kind in that building, so.
They do now have Wi-Fi, so you can actually get a signal in the building. Yeah, so.
Okay.
But you're only there for about 45 minutes normally, so 45 minutes unplugged isn't the worst thing in the world.
Tammy, if you can email us that presentation, that would be appreciated.
It should have been downloaded
it?
into your thing because it was posted with the menu, so I think it should be included in your packet.
Great.
Yeah, we'll send it out separately via email. And then just as a reminder, what we're going to do is after each board meeting, Tammy will do a report out to the council. We're going to do that for 2 of our outside agencies, the MPO and then the COG. We'll come to council, just review the agenda like Neiman did last meeting.
Right.
And so in these coming months, Tammy will be doing that for us.
Just email us a briefing of what.
So our council appointees are Roland and who?
The 4 on the
There's
end.
4. Roland, Gil, Ben, and who's the 4th one? Gil. Yeah.
Gil.
Roland, Ben, Gil. Yeah. Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Tammy, so, well, first off, I see Pat Eldridge as a committee chair. I thought she was on the board, or does she count as a board member, or what? I'm just.
She is not currently appointed as a board member, but she does chair the public safety.
And was
committee.
she on the board?
She used to be.
She used to be? Okay. Well, it's just, she was an effective part of it, from what I understand, so I'm just kind of curious. Peter, did you shuffle some people around? I'm just.
Yeah, right.
I know I always try to tell you how to do your job, but I just think Pat was very effective.
As you are now, right? So, right. So we wanted to kind of put some new appointees on the board. We know and we thank Pat. She was very instrumental in being on there for many, many years. But as I mentioned to Councilman Pusley a moment ago, we wanted to raise the appointees to the highest level that we could to show the COG that the city's engaged and that we're putting the highest level persons there outside of the city manager. So
Pat's at the highest of levels.
So we have 2 assistant city managers, 2 directors, and then 1 program manager, Esteban Ramos, who's over water. So we looked at strategies. We know Pat's involved, and she's still a good resource for us here to get the team ready for the meeting. So, right.
And you know, one of the things I think, you know, some of the challenges, and I mean, this is just to address to both of you, is that from meeting to meeting, you don't know who's on the board, you know? And I think, now I'm not talking about from the city standpoint, well, I guess it was true, but I think from the thing is that because of their interactions of different counties and different, because there's sometimes that they'll have stale names on there and their names stay on the list, you know? When they take attendance over there at the Council of Governments. I know it took maybe 3 meetings before they acknowledged that I was on the board. So I don't know that, or what I may suggest is that this high level of individuals that you have that are involved, particularly from the 5th floor, is they get engaged so that way, number one, I think it's always good that they develop a network of all these surrounding communities, because we're the regional water provider as well, we need to have relationships with all these outerline communities. And I think number 2 is so that way we have a relationship with those individuals. Because right now, we really don't know who's on the board at any given time. And I think because you'll have the
I
opportunity.
did just recently get an updated copy of the board of directors, so I'd be happy to send that around to all of the appointees as well.
Well,
Or to the whole board.
Well,
the
yeah,
whole
but I
council.
think to the appointees, it's important so that way, and particularly with staff. You know, one of the things that I said in the last meeting when I had a very spirited interaction with our county judge, she was trying to hold me accountable for some of what went on, and I said, well, Your Honor, I said, you're an administrator and a policymaker, and I only have the luxury of being a policymaker. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to be as engaged as you are. And so, as our administrators are engaged, I would just ensure that they understand exactly who each of the members are, particularly with the ones that have the larger amount of votes. I mean, when we went over there with regard to those economic those funds for mitigation, we were simply outworked. I know, and you know, they threw it together. Tammy, I have to say that it went from Wednesday to Friday as to where the determination of all that was, the public hearing that they had. And I think once again, the involvement that you speak of, it's important that we have more support from the fifth floor to ensure that those relationships, so that way they understand, you know, the relationships with Sandpack County, Jim Wells County, you know, all those others. So I just encourage you so that way we get that level of interaction, because this situation actually, you know, it probably costs us about $15 million not being engaged.
Well, and I will say that, you know, that is one area where, you know, the board is a little bit unequal in that the county actually has 17 votes on that board. We only have 9. And so if there's something that we disagree with, it would pretty much take the entire, like every city coming together to overturn that.
Well, not
and so
only,
that's where some of those relationships that you speak of.
and not only that, Tammy and Peter, I think the other thing is that some of us have a very strong relationship with Judge Krebs. We have a very strong relationship with Judge Krebs because we have a lot of common needs, and I think it'd be good for staff to be more engaged with those other staff members that with regard to those outerlying communities. It could only help. And once again, that's through being active.
Right, we agree, Councilman. That's why I did kind of a shake-up on the board. And we rely on Tammy to help the new folks that are on, make sure that we can have a link to the people that have been on there for some time in other counties. Being the intergovernmental relations manager, she'll help us with that.
Yeah,
So we're committed to it. That's why I'm engaged in it. That's why I personally met with the executive leadership on several occasions right here on the fifth floor. So.
And if I may, I also have a relationship with those communities. I'm happy to help as well.
Okay. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've had the opportunity to serve on the Council of Governments for, I think, the whole time I've been here. I think. And, you know, like Councilmember Pusley said, that organization, there's a lot of money that comes to the area, and that organization really flies under the radar. There's a lot of good things that we've been able to take advantage of because of this organization. Question I had for you, Tammy, the number of votes that we get is based on population. Is that updated every census?
It is, and it has not been updated. The last time they did anything was after the 2010 census, so they've not done an update since then. And there have actually been no significant changes to the bylaws. As I was looking at and doing some historic research for this presentation, haven't had significant changes to the bylaws since the late 80s or early 90s.
Wow.
So it actually, you know, is something that as folks get more involved in and think about, you know, it might be something that we look at to see if there's anything that we would like to suggest and potentially work with the executive board on, you know, as if it might be time for a revisit to that. But it is, I believe I also attached the bylaws and the board to the item, but if I didn't, I'm happy to send that around as well.
Yeah, that and Mayor and Council, I'll be rolling off of that board here soon enough, so you might want to start considering or thinking about who you'd like to appoint to represent the council.
Thank you, Councilman. Tammy, thank you very much for the presentation. You're welcome. Thank you. We're going to hear one more presentation from our Economic our Economic Development Corporation.
All right. Good afternoon, Mike Culbertson from your Corpus Christi EDC. Let's go through the admin part. So right now, we had 6, and then we had 5, and now we're to the final 4. So we have a national search for a CEO. The mayor is on that committee. Thank you very much, Mayor. We figure somewhere in December he or she will show up, and then Tommy Kurtz, who was our marketing attraction person, we need to replace him also. But the board felt that the CEO needed to make that decision as they came in, and so that's kind of where we are right now. So remember our mission. Our mission's primary jobs that either product or services are exported outside of the city. Actually, if you read the Type A and Type B, it says 50 miles from that intersection, from Leopard and Staples. So that's what we do. I mean, that's how you increase the wealth of the nation, the wealth of the nation also, but the wealth of the city. So let's just take a real close look at the marketing data, the housing. You can see it's eased a little bit with power, but as we all know, everybody tries to move during the summer, so it bids up and it'll slide a little bit. So some of the times are for inventory and things like that, you will see start to expand, but don't necessarily think that it's that the whole thing is just slowing down, although it probably will, and it will because interest rates. Believe it or not, 5 or 6% is the average interest rate over the last 50 years. If you've ever taken economics, you know that the normal interest rate is 3%, so anything above that is prime. We won't see this low again, I do not think. So I bought my first house at 12%, and I got one for 5%, and so I'm thinking pretty good. And then here, of course, everybody refied, so but mine's going to get paid off, so don't worry about me. As you can see, everybody's unemployment rate went up a little bit. Ours came back down, just so you know. The numbers have just come out, but everything's like that. Now, no one will tell you you're uncomfortable, but I'm going to retire, so I don't care. One of the reasons why that some people at the state believe that our unemployment rate is always 1% is educational attainment. You get somebody and they're either with no high school, 17%, or with high school at 19%. Then they get to a certain point in a job and, they're not going to move up. And so they will jump jobs at that point. And then they go back down. So that's not only the friction that you hear as people move, but that's really, I think the person the analyst for the workforce, I think that's pretty correct. And it has always stayed that way. We're going to change this so you can see how we're doing with the jobs, and compared to last year we were doing good, but take a look over at 2019. I will tell you that all the jobs lost, that whole thing, there's puts and takes all over the place, but it's in oil and gas extraction. That's the thing right there. I'm not going to get political, but I will tell you, if Congress yanks oil people in front of it and said, quit pumping, and then 2 months later they bring them back and say, start pumping, that does not give Wall Street nor investors a great warm and fuzzy to invest in oil. People will tell you that the Saudis aren't pumping, and that's why the price of gas went up. Everybody's pumping. Everybody's pumping at capacity, except the Eagle Ford. If you take a look, it's our fault that the oil's not up there. That's where it's the Eagle Ford, and the Eagle Ford's not going to do it unless we find a policy as a country that makes people comfortable enough that they can know 5 years ahead that they are going to get a return on their investment. We have a lot of projects. Let me talk to you about the top one. The top one is petrochem and energy, and I think something happened, ESG, remember that, all that's coming through, and that's fine, but it's essentially if you didn't have a green with it, it wasn't going to go. So everybody's talking about green energy, green hydrogen, and the way you move green hydrogen, well, hydrogen's green, the way you move it is by sticking it in ammonia, taking the NH and make it a 4 and then send it overseas, because you can move that quite easily. We are seeing some people who are looking at ammonia for fertilizer. And if you're wondering why that is, take a look at Ukraine, which was one of the largest exporters of fertilizer in here. So as that has been cut off, and I know, six ships went, really good, but ship it does not make it. So we're seeing some of those. So these hydrogens are really interesting. You can look at them, you can determine what they're going to do, whether they're going to crack natural gas and take the hydrogen, or crack water by their water usage. Steel is, we're very attractive to steel companies. We're attractive because where we are, about what we can do, about port, about rail. So those become very, very important. The green cycling, we've talked with the solid waste, and what they would do is they take it. Remember, our plastic is essentially 1 through 7, with 7 being everything else. You can recycle just about everything except 3, which is PVC. But they would take this and then make a light fuel out of it. So it's pretty interesting. And they would capture the carbon and put it real deep down in the earth, and I'm sure nothing will ever happen with that. So that's good. CC polymers. If you ever think that all we care about is wins, because what did they say? What do we used to say? Success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. If you come to our office, you can go back in the back, and on the bookcase is everything that we've done that's failed. And we had M&G up there, but M&G came out of bankruptcy. There's a triumvirate of Indorama, Alpac, which is a Mexican company, and Far Eastern Group out of Taiwan. And they have remobilized, and they were going to go forward. They expected to take probably a year and a half, and then they would have 200 jobs. Plus, they would finish their desal. So those are important things. The rail line for Corpus Christi, they got a new intermodal one, and Lyondell and Buckeye. Buckeye is announced at the Port Commission, not this one. They're building a solar farm. Everybody's looking for green. So, and remember, unless you're connected right to one, gas is gas, electrons are trons. So you can say that you're buying it, but I promise you, Corpus Christi is one of the biggest users of renewable energy. So these are, what have we done? What did we do for you? Now remember, we do a lot of things and we work really hard, but it's the people. So it's the Lyondell Vassell's, it's the Valeros, it's the, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, it's Steel Dynamics that come here and do these for you. And what you're going to see in the city of Corpus Christi is $175 million. And then in 20 years, it really jumps because remember they're coterminous in 2033. So you'll be adding those industrial districts, which you all have agreements on already. So we've really worked hard. We've done the targeted industry. We've on the placemaking, we've talked with the stakeholders. We had a direction from the board to get the stakeholders together and hold them and ask them, hey, where are you? And we will do that on a monthly basis. We will start it, and then hopefully it'll take a life of its own. But I know Visit Corpus Christi is talking about this. I know it's very important. We briefed you on it. And it's important to us because we want people to come here, and we want their employees to come here and stay here. So these are the things that we're doing for you. Manufacturing, we're working really hard. So they're doing the first coastal bend first. So now it's happening right now, so don't run out and do it. But we're also pushing really hard on manufacturing for small business. And so we're going to have small business manufacturers who have their wares, and they will be able to speak and show what they can do. So that's it, man. We're working on a lot of things. We're down, but as we say in the Navy, I stand by to answer all bells, and we are ready to go.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Mike. appreciate the presentation. Now, you were talking about the projects on there, the project pipeline, and you mentioned the ammonia with it. Now, you're classifying that as petrochemical, is that right?
Yes, sir, because it's either taking natural gas as a raw material, or almost all of them are taking natural gas as raw material. It's very hard to, it's very electricity intensive to start cracking water.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm bringing it up, we get a lot of comment here at council on there, how we're not being green or going into the new generation. So we're classifying this petrochemical, but it is really because of our change in our, like you just said before, it's a way of transporting hydrogen. So whether it's green or blue, that it could easily be in the green category of jobs. And I think for this body, it'd probably be helpful with it. So as the people come up and they say, why are you going after this traditional stuff? It's not traditional. And that gets to the next point. So what they're looking for, do they have water demands?
Yeah, they're not as high as one, would think. They're not 15 million or something like that. Sitting around anywhere, depending on who's using what, 1 million to 5 million gallons a day.
Well, that's
and we won't make all of them.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the city, for our commercial and residential, we're using about 30 million gallons a day. So 5 million really does. So if we're going to pursue a green future with it, then I guess water is important.
Yes, sir. It's very important.
Okay.
The EDC put in $50,000 back when our budget was 1.3, and PIC put in 150. We put in 150, they put in 150, and Ron Olson said that he would sign off on up to 50,000. I don't know why that was the number, but anyway. And we started in 2014, and we worked for, we were there every 2 weeks for since then, and now. The city's, taking over on the big stuff, and, we really appreciate it, and we appreciate everything you do for you. And if you need someone to stand up, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay. And one last thing, I'd really like to thank Tommy Kurtz. Tommy, working in the trenches, I mean, that guy worked 26 hours a day, making the shows, everything else.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of the credit, what we've seen over the last years. Thank you, Tommy.
All right. Thanks. I'll pass it to him.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley.
Michael, good presentation. Thank you very much for all the information. Could you back up one slide and talk to us just a minute more about the local manufacturing push? This is going to be done when now?
Yeah, what we're trying to do is they're going to do a webinar. Now, this one is the webinar. Let's see, did you say when?
August.
Yep, I don't see when it is, but it's a way that we can get small businesses to be outside of the Corpus Christi area and sell their wares. So, they learn about how to sign up. For example, if you wanted to do work with CCAD, it doesn't come out of Corpus Christi, it comes out of Redstone in Alabama. So these are the things that, they help them with to make sure that they're qualified for. Of course, Del Mar and Type B and the council has paid for PTAC, which is Procurement Technical Assistant at Del Mar. And that they help companies get ready. And now we have CRC, which is a Contract Resources Center, and that's when they work for the big companies, because all of these agreements, all these incentive agreements have that you need to work with small businesses locally. And so that's how we try to do that. And this is just another way that we can work with small business. Now, I know the city's doing small business, and that's fine, but we're talking on the manufacturing side, and certainly when you get somebody at the city, we'll be working with them. But it's just a great way to highlight what you can do. You get into a database, we find out what your CNC, we find out what your tolerances are, and that way people can look you up, and hopefully you don't have to just advertise, they can come to you.
Well, this is one that already took place. Are you saying this is going to take place again? This shows August 30th, 2022.
You're right. I'm sorry. But we will do things like this often, and then the manufacturing day is October 7th.
October 7th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so how will you get the message out to the local companies about their ability to participate in that?
So we've done it both through the Innovation Center and Del Mar College, SBC, and United Corpus Christi Chamber.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Mike, thank you for
Oh,
the
thank you.
presentation. We truly appreciate it.
All right,
And your
thank you.
time, thank you. And for all you're doing as interim, thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pass the consent agenda, pull any items needed, take a lunch break, come back and address those items. So are there any requests from council or any individual considerations? And from the public, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to kind of discuss 14
Item number 14.
and 28.
Item number 28. Are there any other items?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to discuss item 20.
Item number 20. Okay. Okay, member of the public would like to pull item number 9. Any others, gentlemen? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items number 7 through 28 with the exception of item number 14, number 28, number 20, and number 9. Is there,
I have a quick question. Peter, so where is the discussion, I lost track of the numbers here, on our new agreement with the, because that's going to be under public
With
hearings.
OVG 360, you talking about? That's number 28, Councilman.
Number
Okay.
28.
Councilman Hernandez
outside
pulled
of
that one.
consent.
Okay,
Yes,
we
sir,
did
for-
pull that one. Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
sir,
that's,
number
I didn't
28.
want to pull that one, so I wanted to
it is
make
on-
sure.
it is on
Right.
28.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Okay, no
problem.
problem.
Move to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So we will discuss these, 4 items upon return from lunch. Oh, well, the council will also go into executive session on item number 39 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.087. We will return.
Corpus Christi. It's critical to have a plan to be safe during hurricane season. And when we talk about having a plan, we talk about everything from knowing where you're going to go if you are asked to evacuate, knowing how you're going to communicate with your family if that decision needs to be made, stocking up on your supplies now. You shouldn't be making that run to the grocery store when we have a storm approaching. Stock up on water, needed supplies, medications, anything that you need to get through a storm now. And then finally, be thinking about how you're going to prepare your home. When was the last time you actually cut the branches and made sure that you had ingress and egress to your home? And talk to your insurance agent. Are you ready to go for this hurricane season should you have to file a claim on your property?
September is Warrant Resolution Month, a chance for you to resolve any outstanding warrants. Individuals will not be arrested and will be given options to take care of unpaid citations. You may be eligible for payment plans or other alternative methods. You can pay in person at 120 North Chaparral Street, online at www.municipalonlinepayments.com/Corpus Christi TX, or by calling 1-866-299-7084. And remember, you will not be arrested. The City of Corpus Christi is here to help you. Take care of your citations today.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
Hi, my name is Mayra Zamora, and I'm a local muralist here in Corpus Christi, Texas. So I knew from a very early age that I was born to be a creative. I like to tell my parents and just joke around saying that I was very much put on this planet to be an artist, and I'm very happy that I get to do it. Well, when I first moved to Corpus, I remember going up to people and even asking people, do you consider yourself a Chicano? And even just using that term, people looked at me like, what do you mean, what is Chicano? Years ago, I started saying that, and now I see it all over. I see the word Tejano, I see the word Chicano, and I just see a whole group of younger generations being very proud of who they are. That term in particular in the 1960s, 1970s, was kind of like a no-no. You didn't describe yourself as that. But my generation, we're like, hey, aquí estamos, we're here, and we're proud to be Latinos, and I'm proud to represent the Chicano community here in Corpus Christi. A lot of people always ask me, where's the inspiration? Where do you start? Honestly, I just go with the flow. My cultura, my family, and Tivoli, and especially my art teacher, Mr. Garza. He was the first person who told my immigrant parents, so I'm first generation, that I had the potential to be an artist if I wanted to go and pursue the arts, and thankfully I did. I'm just inspired by them, but I'm also very much inspired by pre-Columbian art, like the Aztecas, the Toltec, the Mexica, and the Inca empires, and just looking at that. And also the development of the codex started because every civilization in the world has their own writing. So I wanted to do something like that and create my own writing. Hiding things in my artwork actually started when I was probably like 5-year-old, 6 years old. So it's something that has been a part of my process since I was a little kid. The codex is ever growing, it's ever evolving. So I'm sure the codex will look a little similar, but it will be completely different in the future. So it's a lot of fun to see people try to decipher my work. I love Hispanic Heritage Month. It's honestly, I look forward to it. So I love fall. Why? Because of that, and also Dia de los Muertos. So there's a lot of cultura that takes place in the fall, that you're starting to see a lot more things that are geared more to Latino representation. Because if you think about the population growth, we have so many Latinos here in Corpus Christi, so why aren't we doing things geared to them? Inspiring the youth is important because I'm only getting older. I want to pass down as much knowledge as I can now, because eventually I'm going to want to pass the baton to someone else. So I just want to make sure that they're ready. So I try to teach and pass the information along about like Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, all of these prominent Chicano people in America that made a good contribution to U.S. history. No one really taught me the path, which is why I'm so giving back to the teenagers, especially because no one was telling me what to do. So I want to make it easier for them in the future. But I'm just extremely proud, and I've known that I represent not only the artist community, but the Latino Chicano community here in Corpus Christi. And hey, I'm here to speak for everybody, and I'm proud to do it.
Yeah. What, are they not turned? Oh, we're on. Okay. I'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and we will start on, we were on section I, consent agenda. We have items number 14, 28, number 20, and number 19, I'm sorry, number 9 pulled. Rebecca, quick question. If we already passed number 26 within our consent agenda, I have a council member who'd like to highlight that item. Is there any way to bring it back, or can we just speak
As long
on
as
it?
we're not changing the vote on it, if
Yeah.
you'd like to just make a
Okay.
comment, that's fine.
Well, I'd like to go there first since it's a highlight. Item number 26 is a resolution ratifying the submission of a grant application to the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration during the Bridge Investment Program grant for a total project cost of approximately $3.7 million with a 10% city cash match. And Councilman Smith wanted to make comment on this.
Yeah. I think this is a real good news item on there, that what this bridge would do, a couple of things. It would increase the water quality on the island, and it would also increase the boat's mobility with it. The Whitecap Preserve is talking about doing this project for those two very reasons. with it. And I want to talk a little bit about the island. So by increasing this, we're in effect not only helping our ecosystem through water quality, we're helping our tax base. Where is the island right now? We've got about $24 billion in tax base. 10% of that comes off of the island with it, even though it only represents 10,000 people in our population. It is really a cash cow for this community. From tourism on there, you can go any Saturday in the summer. Traffic is backed up to Walden Field, everybody getting out there with it. It is absolute driver in our tourism. So I want to thank staff for going for this grant, even though we may not get it. We're going for that application to improve our quality of life, help the island out on there. And then one last thing on the tax base. So we've got a bond issue coming up, just like we have in many of our bond issues. We've got $1 million set for the island on that bond issue with it, and we've got $1.5 million for Mustang Island on there, even though they'll be paying about 10% of the cost of those bonds. So I just want this council to keep that in mind as we're talking about many of these projects across the city with it, that the importance of that community, the bookend to this city with it in driving our economic and our tourism with it. So thanks again to staff for doing this, and hopefully we can save a little over $3 million, LC, with it. And moving forward on grants and how important it is for our community to be looking for these grants and doing that. I know today we've had some other grant opportunities, so again, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so that'll take care of 26. We'll go to item number 14, which was pulled. Who pulled item 14? Mr. Hernandez. That is a motion authorizing the purchase of a replacement playground unit with attached shade structure for Bill Witt Park. Your question, Councilman.
Yes, in the future, can you please include the master plan, or the specific, in this particular case, the Bill Witt master plan? Because in that master plan, it says this is supposed to be an inclusive park, but I don't think this equipment, or at least it's nothing that's stated that this is an inclusive park equipment. Am I incorrect in that?
What's inclusive? What do you mean by inclusive?
It's like an ADA accessible playground equipment, right? So that's kind of what it says in the master plan based on what we looked at. And I went back and looked at it personally, so we could.
Yeah, the equipment is ADA.
Okay,
that was
so
part of the requirements that were outlined.
It didn't say it anywhere in there, but if you can include any time, and I would suggest it for any park projects, that you include the master plan with it. That way you can say we're done. We spent a lot of money on that master plan, so we have everything's in conjunction with that, and we're following the plan.
Right.
Is that
right?
Okay. So I just want to bring that to attention.
Yeah.
But other than that, I appreciate it, and
And we did say, Councilman, that I believe we had mentioned the want to make sure that the inclusive equipment, playground equipment, is in all parks.
Right. And you had like that little spider thing on there. I'm not sure how inclusive that is, but yeah. Well, anyway, I appreciate it. It is a replacement that's needed, and just want to make sure we're following the plan. Sure. So please include it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman.
With that, if there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve.
Actually, Councilman Smith, did you have Councilman Pusley, is your light on? Yeah. That's all right. Councilman Smith.
Okay. So, yeah, what funding source is this coming out of?
The
general fund.
The general fund, sir.
It's a general fund. Why are we funding it out of community enrichment?
I'm sorry?
Why are we not funding it out of community enrichment?
Because it was, that money's already programmed for other projects in the park.
But we haven't spent anything on community enrichment.
No, right, it's all been programmed, though, as part of the budget.
We've held it up for a year, right?
It's been, right, we've worked on the new policy, and until council approved it, then no monies were spent. What's that?
We approved it, 6 months ago?
We approved the policy, the new policy, on how to use community enrichment park dedication funds. So the new policy was approved about 6 months ago, but the 2.8, I think, is what we allocated initially, was not budgeted and appropriated until this budget that council approved a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make, in July, our interim auditor made the finding that the community enrichment fund, that we were applying them properly.
Right.
With it. We've spent a year, I think all of us a year ago, we were talking to Dante on moving community enrichment forward with it. We've known prices have gone up substantially since that point in time, so by delaying this community enrichment for a year, not only have the citizens not been able to take advantage of these facilities, but we'll have probably 20 or 30% less because, Josh, have prices gone up on everything?
Yes, prices are continuing to go up. That's something that we're seeing.
And you know, I was trying to push that community enrichment forward on there for those reasons after we got the finding that it did fall within the guidelines of our ordinance. So I do hope we're moving forward. We've had delay upon delay of these very important and necessary projects for the Community Enrichment Fund, money that's been sitting there for how many years?
About 10.
About 10
About a decade,
years.
right.
So, yes, I guess that's my comment. Please, let's get that Community Enrichment Fund going forward, talking about geographic. Half of the parks bond is for Bill Whitt. Great project. And this $100,000 for Bill Whitt is very needed in Bill Whitt. Anything I'm saying here is I'm supportive of doing that. Just the amount of time and effort we spent not getting park improvements for the last year out of that Community Enrichment Fund, I think we can do better. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
There's a motion and a second on the
Is
floor.
there a motion?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, Councilman. Yes.
So why couldn't we pay for this out of the community enrichment fund?
You could, Councilman, but the projects have been defined, additional projects have been defined for Bill Whitt as part of the budget process that you approved 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So we could count if you wanted to them.
But we carry a fund balance in that account of some amount. I can't
There's-
remember.
Well, it's all fund balance, so the over 3 million that has been unspent for a decade.
Right.
After it went through city council policy review and the audit committee review.
Yeah, there
city
was only
council
like
system.
72,000 left or something like that.
No, there's 3 million left.
3 million left,
Right,
okay.
so it's two steps. One, 2.8 million of that was budgeted as part of the budget process. There was about 300,000 that was questionable in terms of where it came from, what geographic area.
Right.
That's being reviewed with the auditor in the Parks Department,
Right.
so we'll come back to council on that. But certainly, if council wanted to, you could cancel a project in the Community Enrichment Fund and use these dollars, use those dollars to pay for this project. This project was budgeted as part of the 2022 budget as a park initiative. Each of the districts, each of the city council districts had some funds in the current budget.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll go on to item number 20. That is a motion awarding a construction contract to JE Construction Services for the rehab of Waldron Road from South Padre Island to Purdue Road. Who pulled that one? Mr. Smith? No. Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
So could, Mr. Edmonds, could you explain the project just briefly, what we're doing?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This is making spot repairs to the concrete roadway where there's areas of distress.
Okay, and the distance is 1.4 miles?
Yes.
And so by the time you put engineering in there, the contract and engineering, about $2 million a mile?
That works about right,
Okay.
sir.
And when did we build Walden Road, this concrete construction?
According to my agenda memo, it was originally built in 1947 and then reconstructed with the concrete in 1995.
Okay. With it, I'm just kind of bringing this up. I'm really glad that now we're starting to maintain our concrete streets on there, but this is a short-lived street out of concrete. And we're spending a significant amount of bond money on this. So we always need to be cognizant here when we're looking at asphalt versus concrete. Rodfield Road and Walden Road were built about the same time. So everybody, when you make that drive, go down Rodfield on there in the two different materials. But concrete definitely has it has a maintenance cost. So if we build out of concrete, this is a short-lived road, 26 years on there. We always need to keep that in mind and think of Richard Martinez, and he set PI limits where we should and where we shouldn't on there. So I just want to, I'll be out of here in a couple of months with it, but when this concrete discussion comes up, and with that, keep that in mind that concrete has a cost. We're working on port right now. We've got joint problems. It's spalling at the joints right now. Is it JE? Are they doing that work? Who's doing our work for us?
The maintenance contract, that's Raytech.
Yeah, so we're Raytech. We're spending $1 million a year on how many miles of concrete streets? Yeah, it's hard to catch you.
Oh, the total inventory?
Yeah.
I think it's around 25.
25. Yeah.
25, 30, something like
20 to 25 miles.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And I will go over to item number 28, resolution authorizing two management agreements for the American Bank Center, one with Global Spectrum LP DBA OVG 360 for management of the facility with well, it's kind of a long paragraph. Anyway, we get the gist. Who pulled this one, gentlemen? Councilman Hernandez, your question.
Well, I just thought it was a significant item that needed to be kind of brought to our attention, and so that's why I pulled it. So I'd ask that they go through the presentation. That way it is something we can talk about, a success that we did at the city.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Elsie Borgstead, we have two items before you, two contracts before you. As you mentioned, OBG 360 for the management of the facility. And the second contract is with Ovation Food Services of Texas, LLC, which will manage the food and services hospitality portion of the American Bank Center. If we go through the next page. So here's a wrap-up of the financial terms of the agreement. The term is for 5 years with an option to extend for another 5 years at the city discretion. It'll be effective October 1st with a management agreement fee of $144,000 per year. And incentives to promote good performance will be at 20% over the revenue benchmark, the benchmark being anything prior to COVID. And then we also have commercial rights fee of 20% over the gross sales, which would allow to also promote more commercial or corporate sales, including the naming rights of the American Bank Center as it stands right now. And the food and beverage agreement is a 77% of gross sales, which is estimated around $240,000 per year. So there is also the agreement capital investment that OBG has agreed to reinvest into the venue, totaling $1.75 million over the course of the agreement, which would be an initial investment of $1.25 million, and then at renewal another $500,000 for, again, the total of $1.75 million. And here present, we also have some representatives from the American Bank Center. We have Peter Singoni, we have Keller Taylor, Charles Tillum, and Brian Martin, the general manager.
Right, I don't know if you caught the first gentleman's name, but it's Peter Z. also.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Zargoni. So.
Peter, yeah.
Mayor, council members, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you. It's been a long time coming, and Peter, I knew you were going to crack the joke before I did. The other Peter Z in the country, but it's an honor to be in front of you today and have this agenda item. We've been in place, as you all are aware, since July 1, led by Keller Taylor and Charles Tillum as regional vice presidents, and Brian Martin, who you all know, and has done a really nice job with the transition from the existing management company and really setting us up to be successful as we move forward. Taking this next step will be really important in investing that $1.25 million right out of the gate to go towards revenue enhancements throughout the building that will help grow and attract more various types of events, whether it's the convention side, where the arena business, and putting our investment in some various areas, including the food and beverage operation, including the points of sale systems that are going to help all of our existing customers, our legacy events like Buck Days and many others. So we're really thrilled to be a part of this. I'm happy to answer any questions. I can go through the presentation deck that we have, just to give you a quick snapshot and high-level perspective. So if you want to go to the next slide. Oh, I got it right here. Okay, again, just to kind of recap what Elsie touched upon on the business terms, we'll be represented by our three specific divisions, our venue management division, our food service division, as well as our global partnership team. That expertise is in sponsorship sales, naming rights, et cetera. So we provide these services to over 420 plus clients across the world. We'll be taking the economies to scale and the efficiencies. We take a very holistic approach as we approach our businesses, as we approach our clients and customers, and really trying to grow revenue, bring outside dollars, and really trying to drive a lot of the economic impact in the community. Moving to the next slide. It shows a little bit of our presence here in Texas in our individual meetings with you all. We talked about our local presence right here in the city, within the city in Nueces County at R&B Fairgrounds, where we've had nearly a 20-year successful relationship over at Nueces County, and then of course over at the Ortiz Center, where we provide our food and beverage and management services as well. And really the focus where I want to get to and a point I want to address is something that happened yesterday. Now we have the ability to bring all of our teams together at the three various buildings and really try to build a culture of what we're trying to create. So the efficiencies, the synergies, the economies to scale as we go and attract new business to bring into Corpus Christi and Nueces County, quite honestly, as a whole, it's going to be very good. So we're really trying to capitalize, build a new culture, and have a lot of those synergies come to be realized. But as you look, we have a terrific presence in the state of Texas alone, led by our new shiny building down the street in Austin at the Moody Center, which is a partnership, public-private partnership with the University of Texas, Austin, which I'll hit on a couple of high points in the next slide. And then our operation, obviously, in Dallas and Fair Park and our convention center. So we have a lot of the synergies, and I'll get to a couple of those topics in a second. On our next slide, again, we're really excited. Moody Center opened up in April of this year, and we've already passed 50 events and generated over 500,000 people through the doors. So it's been a terrific, you could see the list of the artists that we've hosted already in Austin. And the reason I bring these up and why we've had these synergies is because we will now be able to control the routing in the state of Texas, which is really exciting. So these events, these types of artists that you see, we can now work with our corporate team, we work with our booking department, and we're going to be able to create some synergies and routing opportunities throughout the state of Texas. And as we go on the tour, our background, one of our founders is Irving Azoff, who is single-handedly the most powerful person in the music business. He's the former chairman of Live Nation and Ticketmaster and one of the largest artist managers today. So it'll be a real good opportunity to catch those off-market artists that aren't necessarily touring, but when they do go on tour, we'll be able to capture that. And then just want to highlight our convention center business on the previous slide, at Dallas Convention Center, because it's really exciting for us. We're about to, we have a Proposition A in front of the state in November to expand a renovation plan with the convention center as well as Dallas Fair Park and doing a $3 billion community redevelopment. And we know the city's working with Rob Hunden and Hunden Strategic Partners, who does a great job. He's actually involved pretty heavily in Dallas as well. So I think we could take a lot of our experiences from Dallas and bring them to Corpus as we look to expand, adding new hotels, maybe a potential renovation of the center. So our experience, we're really looking forward to taking those next steps with y'all. Moving to the next slide, just briefly. Just kind of want to hit upon our mass, which I touched upon in the previous slide, but we have $10 billion of our money through Oakview Group with our partners, Silver Lake Capital, in our project. So we're putting our money where our mouth is. We hope that you see that we're taking that proactive step of investing $1.25 million right out of the gate here to enhance the operation, to look to attract more business, and really create a second-to-none customer experience for our fans and guests, and our tenant teams, and our legacy events. So we're thrilled to be a part of this. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have, and we're just really grateful for the opportunity and get to the ground and going right away.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I don't know who Harry Styles is, Ian, but my wife and I just bought my 13-year-old granddaughter tickets to see him because she thought she was going to die if she didn't get to go see him. So, but she went
Not
to the
first
trouble
grandfather to
of
say
hanging
that.
notes all over the house. Please buy tickets to Harry Styles. So she got an early Christmas present this year.
Very cool.
I wanted to talk just a minute about some local issues here, and one of which, and I've attended these for years, and that's our SEA banquet, our CCA banquet, and some of those that are held at the convention center. Mm-hmm. And so I'm hearing all kinds of things through the grapevines, and so I want to get your take on how that's going to be handled, because heretofore they've been serviced by outside vendors for alcohol and that sort of thing. And so what's going to happen to them? Are they going to be restricted from I even heard the other day that they're moving to the Ortiz Center, and I said, well, it's the same company, so why would we be doing that? But so I just wanted to get your input on that a little bit.
Sure. So the outside caterers is a common theme when we when we come over and transition a management opportunity. We are committed to working with all local businesses, local caterers on a number of different various events. The instance that we have is we are working for you as your agent. So it's in the best interest to take that operation in-house, still work with them in a subcontractor-like model, but this is your money we're giving to other caterers that we're still gonna have the opportunity, but by working on your behalf, we'll be able to do quality control, service the alcohol, obviously, in the liquor license that comes with that. So we'll be responsibility for all the liability that comes with that. So it's going to be a fluid relationship how we work with a lot of the local businesses. We intend to work with a lot of local businesses, but from the top side, when you're have the outside caterers, we're going to work with those events on a one-on-one basis, but know that we have the responsibility for you on your behalf to represent the food and beverage operation.
That's a very good attempt to not answer my question. My question is, what's going to happen to those events specifically? I mean, I understand what you're doing for us as a representative, and I appreciate that. I really do, because I was one of the ones in here championing to our city manager that we had to make a change because the American Bank Center had become an embarrassment to this community. And so I appreciate all you're doing. I didn't mean to be sarcastic, I'm concerned about those. Those are big events that are held here every year. Lots of attendance, probably, as far as the convention center goes, some of the highest attendance on record are at those events. So I'm just concerned that they'll go somewhere else. So, and that means income,
absolutely,
to you and to us as well. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen to those. And
I'll allow the guys to comment on more of a local level.
Councilman, just to let you know, we've been meeting with these folks throughout the last 2 months, just getting an idea of what their events are about, what they've traditionally done and how we can help moving forward. We've met with CCA and their representatives just a few weeks ago, and they've given us an opportunity to bid on some of the food part of it, and then we're going to work with them on the alcohol aspect of it because we hold the TABC license.
Right.
So we're working hand in hand with them on making sure it works for everybody.
Okay, and with respect to our local contractors, so we're not going to just limit that to a handful. You're going to look at that across the board to see how we can help everybody that's been involved with the ABC in the past. So maybe we can make things available to them. Maybe not at the ABC Center, maybe at one of the other venues that you host.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our goal is to create these partnerships with them long term. It may not be in the same aspect as it has been in the past, but moving forward, we want to grow and we want to get them more involved with our events outside of what they've traditionally done as well.
Okay, all right. And while I appreciate your success with Harry Styles. I'd just like to know, for my generation's question, how do we get the Eagles here?
Well, we laugh about it, but our founder is the founder of the Eagles.
I
Irving
understand
Azoff,
that.
and,
Yeah, I read the
We'll
dossier.
work on that. We'll put in a special request.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions along the same lines. First off, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this last week, Peter. And once again, I also agreed, wholeheartedly with Councilman Pusley. And, we had this discussion, though, however, that I thought we were going to look at this for a year and then go out for proposals. I'm so glad. I don't know how you can do business with Texas Tech and the University of Texas at the same time. But and they're playing next week.
And they are. Exactly, they are playing.
So anyway, but I guess there's a couple of things, and one thing that I probably would have mentioned, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it back before instead of bringing it up now, is that we're obviously looking for I guess more relevant acts, a higher class, a higher level of quality, not just the proverbial rubber chicken, but the challenges that we had were those events, the catered events, not having enough bartenders at an event where there was a concert. That we didn't face the challenges with Ducks Unlimited, CCA, we didn't with the Fiesta de los Niños or the Sea Banquet. And, so the successes that we had were as a result of the local participation. And so two things on that perspective is, number one, we already had those events. Is there additional revenue? Is that going to be withdrawn? Because that's business that we already had. In other words, we already knew that we have that revenue that's already coming in.
Yeah.
So are we gonna include that in the additional revenue? Because that's something that all those have been here for 20 plus years. And so are we going to lower the baseline because we already know that that's what we already have? That's not revenue that they're bringing in.
That will be, unfortunately, the prior managing partner didn't have their books available for us with their backlog by about 2 to 3 years. So we don't exactly know the revenue and expense for each one of these events. The new business model, however, though, guarantees revenue percentages to the city. I would submit that, without having all the facts, because we're still trying to get them, that the prior business model gave the city very little of that money. The operators that came in that were not part of the prior management contract kept the gross revenues, not the city.
Well, I guess that once again, as Councilman Pusley said, you did a great job of not answering my question.
Okay.
What is it? And first off, I want to thank you particularly on the Buck Commission. That's something near and dear to my heart. That's something very near and dear to the community. It's an 80-year-old tradition. We truly appreciate that, because any dollars that get taken away get taken out of scholarships, local community scholarships. So that's part of their model. And so we want to ensure that they're a success, so that way we're providing those scholarships. And they're very transparent about how they work. I think that we could possibly, those organizations are quite transparent with Ducks Unlimited, CCA, SEA, as well as obviously Driscoll Children's Foundation with Fiesta de los Niños. I think that information will be very readily available if you went to them, because they are community partners. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, those particular instances where our successes, I would hope that you would work with the partnering organizations that they had, whether the caterers, those that provided the beverages and those that provided the alcohol. Mm-hmm. We know that the alcohol is where the highest revenue. And so that's the thing. If you look at it, once again, those are local organizations. They don't come necessarily from the value that you bring when you're going to bring whoever Harry Styles is, because I never heard of him until just right now. Obviously, I've heard of the Eagles. So that's the quality that you bring in. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. And in doing so, it just kind of pains me a little bit that in our attempt to try and elevate the organization to be able to bring that Class A, 5-star event that you're going to bring in, that all of a sudden now, with all these group of vendors that probably provides, several $100,000 worth of revenue to small business. We're starting an economic development department, and we talked about small business. I think that's something that we really need to think that's relative, that here, when we're looking at, it's apples and oranges, looking at the Sea Banquet, trying to bring in the Eagles, which I know would be very difficult. But, I would hope that you would look at it from that perspective, because I understand, we didn't have a liability problem, and I understand you're trying to protect us. But I don't know of any time that we ever had a situation with liability when it came to Fiesta de los Niños. Once again, it's Driscoll Children's Hospital, a very, very well-respected organization. Ducks Unlimited, SEA, CCA, once again, huge events, very well-respected, supported by all the refineries. Organizations that are relative to, that are environmentally friendly. So what can we do to ensure that, so that way we're not hurting those businesses? We didn't have a liability problem, but yet we still want you to do your job because you're a 5-star organization. You're ones that bring all these class acts, and you've already elevated us.
Yeah.
What can we do so that way we're continuing to, we hadn't had a liability problem,
right,
to continue to support local and then offer all that it is that you're going to bring us.
Yeah. And appreciate all of your comments, and this is something, again, is very common for us as we go in and transition to a new facility. So it's very important. That community, those legacy events, council member, are as equally as important to those 5-star events that you're expecting. So we look at it as an incremental value of what we bring. We're going to support those local organizations, those fundraising organizations. In fact, we want to partner. We've already met with each and every single one of them. We've written into the contract our legacy events that will not be touched, including the Buck Days, including some of these events, to make sure those rates and those events continue to go on for many, many years to come. Our opportunity is to help expand those, help them market so we can bring more people, so we can bring more awareness to the event, so we can fundraise more, provide the food and beverage, go back to the contractor services and local business owners that grow and expect us. We're providing food and beverage to over 250 plus accounts. Our purchasing power can help those local businesses in their purchasing and grow their margins to be more successful, to be more efficient. So we're helping them grow with us. And you see the market presence that we have. Our goal is to work with the local business owners and grow them along with us as we continue to grow our footprint across the nation and Texas specifically. So that just gives you, our vision is coming in and we see incremental value. That's why we set such an aggressive benchmark the way we did to bring that incremental value. Well, we're not going to sit here and make our $144,000 base management fee. No, we're working to drive the revenue.
Amen.
We're being incentivized. That 20% benchmark that Elsie referred to earlier on the first slide is a benchmark that we came up with that's a $4 million. So we don't start earning any incentive money until we hit $4 million in revenue. And that was from the last numbers, just in full transparency. Those were the 17, 18, and 19 historical numbers, which we then CPI'd to take into consideration the few years that COVID, we weren't booking events. So we've even pushed that benchmark, and we do not start seeing incentive monies until we hit over that $4 million benchmark. So we structured something very, very performance-based to accommodate exactly what you're saying.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm going to say a lot of times when I structure my own contracts, I do it on a performance-based contract. Exactly. That way, I'm not going to do well unless you're completely satisfied. Could you, if you would indulge me, then perhaps Elsie, we can visit later on about the successes that you've had with other vendors, other local vendors in these other markets that you've had. So that way we can provide a level of confidence to the local business, because that's a challenge, as you said. It happens every time you come in and take over.
Absolutely.
So then I'm sure I have all the confidence, particularly because you're a Peter Z. Particularly because you're a Peter Z, I have all the confidence that you're going to have a ton of success stories because you've encountered this before. So that way we can, number one, because not only we're obviously held accountable to those that elect us, and that includes, and this whole council has been supportive of local business. Absolutely. So we want to ensure, and like I said, your Buck Commission negotiations reflect that. We want to ensure that we have confidence that you're going to continue to do so. So if you could get me back with some of the success stories, I'll be in Austin, in fact, next week.
Good.
So what is it? What is it?
The Moody
I
Center?
think it would ease a lot of the. It would bring confidence and ease a lot of the minds of several of the individuals on here. So that way we can know that they're going to do that. You're going to have that same model here.
Absolutely.
All right,
Happy to
thank
do
you.
it. Yep.
Okay, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you guys being here, and Councilman Lerman and I had the opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting, and I think there is a great opportunity for this partnership between the city and OVG. But my question is along the same lines as what's kind of been brought up already. I'm looking here at page 1 of your consulting and concessions agreement, and it talks about the where it says whereas OVG has the exclusive right and privilege to manage and operate food, beverage, novelty concessions, except that OVG agrees to allow outside food and beverage sales for the previously booked events as shown in Exhibit B. And then when you go to Exhibit B, you've got events like Bug Days, New Wave Expo, Feast of Sharing, Anime Corpus Christi, TEMA Conference, DPS Challenge, Coastal Bend Creator Con. And what the question I had was, what I didn't understand was excluded from that list is CCA, SCA, Fiesta de los Niños, and Ducks Unlimited. So my question is, what was the criteria for determining which events you're going to exclude, and why is it good for these organizations and not CCA, SCA, Fiesta, and Ducks Unlimited?
I'll let Elsie comment on that.
Yes, Councilman. And the excluded events that you see on Exhibit B, it all pertains to contracts that have been in place, meaning those clients have worked over the years to establish not just regular events, but they've actually made commitments to the venue. So we had contractual obligations, and those are reflected on this page right here. Some events that you've mentioned maybe have already an established reputation for using the venue, but maybe have not or did not actually continue on with an agreement at this time, or maybe they're hence that's why the general manager here and the leadership has been making communication with the different clients and promoters and whatnot to reestablish those connections from the transition, but really to see if do they want to continue booking. Maybe they booked in another city and we just don't know it. So it's very important that that communication continues on and they reestablish themselves and make those commitments through the new operator.
And if I could just add one more comment to that, Elsie, thank you. One of the things that we've uncovered through our due diligence in this short-term period is we need to clean up a lot of our contracts, the existing contracts. So there hasn't been a lot of long-term commitments on the books, quite honestly. And we're making a very conscientious effort to get those long-term commitments from a lot of the events like you referenced. One perfect example, and Keller and Brian and team are working on, is extending the ice race contract, right? It was a year-to-year contract. And for us to book, our booking cycle, you have to understand, is anywhere from 6 months all the way out to 36 months, and even longer on the convention center side, because we have to coordinate with hospitalities, with hoteliers, we have to work with Brett Otting at the CVB. So we work on a lot of efforts. The sooner that we can kind of get those long-term commitments from those legacy users that you referenced, the better off we'll be. So we're making a very aggressive effort to do that right now and understand what worked in the past, what didn't work in the past. And that's our goal as we move into year one of our operation is really signifying those and put the longevity in those contracts and get the long-term commitment from the other side of the table as well. So that's just to add a little clarifying point to that as well.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, the events that you have excluded have already signed multi-year agreements?
They have not They have not. So we're going to, yeah.
These are all they're not multi-year, these are one-time events. So they worked with the prior operator, managing operator, to book one event on the dates listed, and so this Exhibit B acknowledges that contract. These are not recurring events, it's a one-time booking. In this business, they book years, 4 or 5 years, way out in advance. So this is saying we agreed, the prior operator agreed to these contracts. OVG 360 is gonna acknowledge the terms for this one-time event. Mhm. Yes, sir.
We'll inherit those events, correct?
Yeah.
But again, all the nonprofit events, we're 100% committed to working with everyone. We don't want them going anywhere.
We really need you to be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's our commitment to you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Seems like I'm not the one that pulled this, right? Anyway, just wanted, for some levity, when I saw that you were doing the Moody Center, I was like, okay, I'm not voting for these guys. But then I saw that you had the Texas Tech athletic facilities. And I said, okay, I'll live with it. Now, there's some heavy incentives here, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that we're in the red in the American Bank Center and the Convention Center, and I'm wholeheartedly wanting to incentivize you so we can at least get somewhere to where we're not losing our shirt every single day in this facility. We're looking for expansion and all that stuff, but it's all got to make financial sense, and we're going to be counting on you guys to do that. We weren't getting that in our previous contract. So I want to highlight that the incentives are there so we can turn this around and bring it up to where it's at. So the incentives are good. And I'm wholeheartedly supporting of that. But then that puts the onus on you to make sure that you get that return. We get that return on investment, and that we see increased. I mean, what we're talking about here is already there, right? I want to see double that, right? I want to see more events, more conventions, more things that are happening. Maximize that facility to its most potential. If we can get there, then all the incentives are worth every bit, every dime. Okay, so I want to say that that's the case. And if there are no more questions,
There are, but I would imagine, and I'm sure I speak for you all, that is the goal. And you all know coming in that we're upside down and just in a very bad place. So I know we're preaching to the choir here, but thank you for coming on, because we already see the difference. Earth, Wind, and Fire was great, just for the record.
Yes, it was.
It was great. Oh, gosh, I was going to say something you mentioned. I know. What I'd like to see, I'd like for us to see, and we may have brought this up before, I'm not certain, maybe a quarterly report on how things are going. I'm not sure if that was brought up last time or not, but we would love to stay, on top of, looking to see what the trend's looking like, right, with this new chapter.
Absolutely.
So that would be,
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that as well. Is again part of our diligence process,
Yes,
and some of those shortfalls, unfortunately, was the lack of communication. And it's our commitment to you to make sure that the person's in place in Elsie as our contract administrator, who will be the responsibility of our reporting structure, and Peter, obviously, at the city manager level. But yeah, you're going to get reports. You're going to get flash reports on how every event does. You're going to get budgeting process.
Wonderful.
I mean, it's going to be a new day, and you're going to have full transparency because, again, 90% of our clients are municipality or government agencies. We understand the value of using taxpayer money, bond money, whatever the case may be.
It's wonderful.
So it is imperative that we have full transparency in what we're doing.
Good.
The good, the bad, the ugly. No surprises is our theme.
Wonderful, thank you. One last comment, Councilman Smith.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentation on there. I think you've heard from a number of us the importance of working with our locals, and what you say, you intend to work with locals, you'll grow with locals on there, you're going to do an aggressive effort and 100% committed to locals on there. And I'm repeating this so as time goes on, and this community is about our locals. So I guess I'm taking you for what you're saying up there, that you are committed, you're 100% supportive on that. And nonprofits, I agree with both Councilman Hernandez and Barrera that incentives are good, having the reason to do it. I'm glad that we worked a good incentive program out there that gives you all a reason to really get out there. I agree with the mayor that you can already see the difference with it. I forgot what the name of Councilman Pusley's group is. Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's great, and some of the others. I guess this is for staff, though. So we talked about a comprehensive financial report on the American Bank Center, what the status of that is. And then we had a sister item on this agenda, the Hunden report. Very much the ABC was a central part. So that was on our agenda with it. Why is it not now?
Right, yes, Councilman. So that was on the agenda, but upon further review with the Hunden group and our internal team, we didn't have all the materials to present. In other words, we didn't have a lot of the financial forecasting. And so we felt it would be premature to give the presentation. We want to be able to, in total, tell the council through Rob Hunden what his perspective is in terms of a convention center hotel and convention center expansion. But we also want to bring to the table the reality of financial impact.
Yeah.
We didn't have that second part 100% done, so we said, let's wait for that work to be done, and we'll bring everything in total.
Well, and from the city side, I know that the books from the past operator are a little bit disarray, but we do know the money flows going in. How about the comprehensive financial report there? So we, as a policy-making body, know all the different buckets of that money is. We've talked about it, but since it is such a complex finances on there to give us clarity at this body, what does the ABC really cost the citizens of this city?
Exactly. Yes, sir,
So
Councilman.
what's our status?
What is that? What is it?
On having a comprehensive financial report.
So it's done. I don't have the numbers here in front of me because the budget was approved, but it's improved with the projections from the new operating partner here, OBG 360. So last year at this time, it was a 14.5 million to 4.5 million gap. So in other words, it cost the taxpayer 14.5 million. We brought in 4.5 to the operation. This year, it's improved by a couple million. So I think it's like 12.5 is what the taxpayer subsidizes the facility. And we'll refine those numbers, though, and bring those along with the Rob Hunden study. And the finances I was talking about is if the city council decided to pursue a convention center hotel or even an expansion, where would those funds come from? How much would it be? What type of debt instruments would we use? What type of cash and that type of thing? That's what we're finalizing. And we felt it'd be premature to show only one side of the picture today. So in early November, that's when we'll show the entire story.
Well, in speaking for myself, I would like to see the breakdown of the operating, the 14.5. What are the different areas in there, just to have more clarity.
We agree. We'll have that ready for you, Councilman.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that's all. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you for being here.
Mayor, I forgot to mention that Harry Styles used to be a member of One Direction.
Oh. Yeah, you did.
Who's that?
Yeah.
And I have a teenage daughter, so
Is Mayor, is there going to be
I
any
know who
public
Harry
comment?
Styles is.
Public comment?
But with that, I'll make a motion to approve the.
We do, but actually, we do have to open this for public comment before we move on. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And thank you, Elsie.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So our last item that we pulled is item number 9. And that is an ordinance amending section 57-231, denial, suspension, and revocation of permit procedure appeal. And I'm sorry, who, member of the public.
By a member of the public, yes,
Public,
ma'am.
okay.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. David Blackman, Police Department, and we will stand by for any questions.
Okay. So Rebecca, if a member from the public pulled the
Yes, ma'am, she has
item?
a comment. She has a
Okay,
comment.
so she can go ahead?
Yes,
Okay.
and we're passing out information for her now.
Okay.
Hi again, everybody. My name is Norma Rivera from 5033 Ambassador Row. I've got a handout for you. So this is regarding.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, my name is Norma, and I'm Norma Rivera. I'm 5033 Ambassador Row. And I'm here to talk about the ordinance for the tow companies. And I'm not here to oppose anything today, but I just wanted to make a couple of suggestions. And I actually have 3 important questions for you. So one, the most important question is, who's in favor of saving lives? Is anybody on the council in favor of saving lives? Yes? Okay, awesome. So that leads to my other 2 questions. Is the city council willing to allow us to quickly improve response times beginning now and for free? That's my first question. And the second question is the city council willing to allow us to extract existing metadata beginning now and also for free? So how would we do this for free? Currently, right now, we use a dispatching system that y'all have approved. We've been using it for 3 years now. It's a smooth system that is in place. And when I've spoken to the company UR International, they said that they have a mobile app that we can use. So we're talked about going into modernization. This would help speed up response times at no additional cost to the city. So that's the one. And then question 2, would y'all be willing to extract existing metadata? Again, so the software's been used since July 2019, so you can extract past data to analyze it and identify any deficiencies that are currently happening. So we could potentially start saving lives now. We don't have to wait for months in an RFP, and we don't have to do all that. So those are my questions to you. Do y'all have any questions about that? Nope? Okay.
Councilman, Mr. Risley.
Questions of the city council are inappropriate at citizens communication.
Okay. I apologize. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so then, and then one more thing. I have a recommendation, section 57255. That is the city ordinance that states that tow companies have to be advised of any changes. We were advised of changes, but we've been talking about these changes for years now, so we didn't know that it was going to be on the agenda. I would like to suggest some language that includes any time that an agenda's been placed regarding tow companies.
Go ahead. Anytime what now?
Anytime there's an agenda.
Item
that involves us.
Right.
That we could be notified for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's possible, Mr. Risley, because we'd be notifying a lot of people that would want a phone call or something on, their items of interest.
Okay. As vendors, would that, they already notify us for changes, but.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, that's all that I have.
I was looking to you to see if that's a possibility.
City council can't give up its right to legislate on the basis of predetermined notice. You always have the right, upon proper notice to the public, to be able to legislate on ordinances.
Okay.
Again. No, I did not get one. But.
What's that, Mr. President? So this is number 9. It's the wrecker ordinance, and a member of the public pulled the item. So it's item number 9. We discussed it last week. And so at this point, that's okay. At this point, if any council members, I'm so sorry, your name? Norma. So Norma made her public comment and passed this out to us. So if anyone has any questions or comments on the item, this is the time we would do that. Mr. Hernandez.
I would like to give the opportunity for Chief Blackman there to address the questions.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Black, or Chief Black.
Yeah, first off, I would hope that the record companies could reduce response time and make it safer for themselves and for the police department, regardless of where we go in this ordinance. Secondly, as the chief sporadically put last time, this section we put in here for the third-party management companies just gives us the ability to explore that. It would be irresponsible for us not to explore any options that allowed us to explore software that reduces the time the officers and the citizens have to stay on the side of the roadway where they're quite frankly, their life is in peril. And this software is not, it's not just extracts metadata. It is an active management software. We can't just call them and say, hey, dispatch us a record, or can you give us some metadata? A lot of these third-party management companies, they can tell you where the closest record is should you need it. If an officer is on the Harbor Bridge and lives are seconds or seconds are live, they have the ability to get the closest record, and third-party management companies can see who that is. Although we are staying with a rotation, there's things like that active management allows you to do. It allows you to see, okay, so these records are at the pound. It allows them to look and see where all their records are. So there's a difference between what Norma's saying as far as the ability of these record companies, and I hope our current software company puts in for it. We're not caught on one software company to manage this. Should we go this direction? Should that be the will of the council? Whoever will be the best fit for this city, whoever can give us the ability to get off the side of the road the quickest is the one that we should choose. And so, and as far as the question about being notified when we change stuff, the record companies were notified every time that the agenda was changed. The attorney, Mr. Bell, that was representing the record companies was notified by our city legal. So those notifications were made.
Okay. Okay, does anyone else have any comment or question? Yes, ma'am.
I think there's someone who wanted to comment by WebEx.
Oh, okay.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please state your name and address, sir?
Hello?
Sir?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Upendra Sahu. I'm calling from Houston. And we are the current software provider. And we are, I heard a lot of reference to local. And we are a local company to Texas. May not be to Corpus Christi, but we are located in the Houston area. And we support about 9 agencies within the state of Texas. And I heard Chief Blackman talked about sending the record company within a minute or within seconds. We have a software currently can do that, and it is doing it. And about extracting the data, we can provide all the data that y'all are looking for that we collect at present. And if we are not collecting the data that you are looking for in present, we can add those data elements to our system. I just wanted to reiterate that the city is using the system not fully. It is using only to the extent that a phone call is made, but we have been asking the city to launch the app that everyone else is using. And we'll be very happy to see that the app is launched and see how the response time has been reduced and what kind of data y'all are getting. And please give us an opportunity. And like Chief Blackman said, we will be bidding on this, or we will be responding to any RFP that comes out. But in the meantime, if you could let us know what are the shortcomings, and we can improve on that, or we can provide you all the information that you are looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Barrera?
Just to, I guess, reemphasize, I guess Chief Blackman, all we're doing is just allowing us the opportunity to explore. That doesn't mean that we can't expand on what it is that we're doing now, and that we can't review the processes that we have in place and improve what we have. We just want to be able to have the ability to see, because we don't have that ability now. Correct?
Yes, sir, that's exactly right.
So we don't have the ability to see if there's something bigger, faster, stronger, to at least validate that what we have could be the biggest, fastest, strongest.
Yes, sir, that is
Okay,
spot on.
okay, that's all I want to confirm, that's all we're wanting to do, is just to have the ability to explore other options. And once again, that could validate the fact that we have the best option available.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay. Yeah, not quite. 28. Okay, so that will take us to Section K, Public Hearings, items 29 through 31. Item number 29 is case number 0822-02, Corpus Christi Capital Group, LLC, located in District 1, and this is a rezoning.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Nina Nixon-Mendez, Assistant Director of Development Services. This is zoning case number 0822-02. It's located in District 1 at 6255 IH 37. The applicant is Corpus Christi Capital Group, LLC, and the rezoning request is from CG2 General Commercial District to CG2 General Commercial District with a special permit. The subject property is located at the intersection of Corn Products Road and IH 37. The vacant building on the site was originally a Hilton Hotel. The proposed project is an example of an adaptive reuse, which is repurposing an existing structure for a new use, an apartment complex. In this case, the project would reuse a defunct hotel into workforce housing. The subject property is located along the westernmost border of the West Side Area Development Plan. It's 6.82 acres in size, and it's platted. The future land use map proposes commercial uses for the site. And again, the existing zoning is CG2 General Commercial District. The adjacent uses are to the north, commercial and vacant. To the south, hotel and church. To the west, is light industrial uses, and then slightly to the north, restaurant and a Motel 6. And to the east is a mobile home subdivision. There were 37 notices mailed inside the 200-foot buffer. One notice was mailed outside the buffer, and 3 notices were returned in opposition, constituting 0.79%. Reasons cited for opposition included traffic congestion and concern related to a buffer adjacent to residential. With respect to staff analysis and recommendation, the proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the future land use map, and it would require a land use map change. The proposed conversion of the former hotel is an opportunity for an adaptive reuse project. It also supplies the needed workforce housing and demand within the northwest area of Corpus Christi. The special permit does seek to do the following. It increases the maximum density to 360 units. So currently, the CG2 zoning district does allow for density apartments with a density of 37 dwelling units per acre. Currently, that would be around 250 dwelling units. So this special permit proposes to increase it to 360. And that corresponds with the number of units at the site. And the permit also reduces the number of required parking spaces to a 1-to-1 ratio with each unit. The reason being that these would mostly be studio and some 1-bedroom units. Planning Commission and staff recommended approval. Planning Commission recommended approval on August 10th, 2022. This slide outlines the special permit conditions, again denoting the density not to exceed 360 units, the parking spaces being 1 space per dwelling unit. There's going to be a controlled entrance, and so we do have a provision related to the driveway stacking of 40 feet at the entrance gate, and then the gate would remain open between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., but then they would close it in the evenings. There would be a buffer yard requirement of a type A, and then and other conditions applicable to the UDC. Stand by for any questions.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. So, how many units did you say that we're looking at?
360.
Okay. Now, these dwellings are going to be, are they going to have like kitchenettes in them? How are they going to be renovated?
Well, it's an
is it gonna
apartment. It's an apartment
It's going to
dwelling.
be a complete apartment. They're going to redo all the rooms.
Yes, it would be an apartment dwelling, and it's studio size in one bedroom.
Okay. What are we looking at? What's going to be the rental on it?
In terms of the longevity of the rental, anywhere between 6 months to a year is what they're looking at.
Okay. And the gating, when you say it's going to be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then close after that,
Yes.
is there going to be, people are still going to be allowed to come in? They're going to have a code to get in?
Yes, sir, that
Okay,
is
because I mean,
correct.
when you said they're going to lock it, I'm
Right,
going,
right,
wow.
right. No, but the idea would
A lot
be
of
that
those
it would
people, I know
remain-
they're going to work
Yes, sir.
longer hours than that, so I was just curious, if you're going to lock them out,
Yes,
that's
sir.
pretty.
In other words, it would be controlled beginning at 6 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm in support of it. This is a great location. This is the old Hilton Hotel. I remember many years ago, there was a nightclub next to it, and my wife and I used to go to it all the time, every Friday, Saturday. You know, back in the disco days. You're not with...
Wind and Fire days, not Harry Styles.
Not Harry Styles, because I don't know who that is either, okay? You know?
It's when Harry Styles' grandfather played there.
Right. So, I mean, I know the location very well. I'm glad to see that someone wants to come in and reinvest in that area. I'm real happy. Definitely, you'll have a vote from me on this. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, this place saw its better day about 15 or 20 years ago, so it's been a burned out, bombed out eyesore for a long time. I just have a couple of comments. One, Peter, the Corn Products Road in front of this facility is worse than horrible, and now that we're going to add this amount of traffic to it, it's going to get worse than horrible, if you can imagine that pretty quickly.
Right.
I looked at the infrastructure management plan. There was nothing on there that addressed Corn Products Road rehabilitation anytime soon. But we may want to have Public Works take a look at this because it's just terrible right now. You have to, it's like driving through a minefield now when you turn off of Leopard Street going toward 37.
Right.
That little short section there is what's really, really bad.
There's a lot of 18-wheelers that go through there, right, Mike?
Yeah, it's heavy truck traffic.
Yeah.
That industrial zone along Leopard Street, all those heavy trucks use that short section to get onto Leopard Street to access all of those industrial businesses on Leopard Street. So if there was ever a candidate for a concrete street, this is it. But I think this is a good project, and I'm glad to see the investors come in and do something with this property. I did want to ask, and maybe you know this, and if it don't, maybe the applicant can address it. They were looking at acquiring the next door building as well. Did that ever come to fruition, or do we know?
Yeah, Jason can confirm, but it's either acquired or it's under contract to acquire. Right.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Actually, yes, my name is Al Rajabi. We did acquire the property next door. There's still one more property that we're trying to acquire, but we're working on that right now.
Okay,
so.
good, very good. Okay, well, thank you. I think I agree with Councilman Lerma. This is a good project, and thank you for your investment here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for your support. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley, if I can add, Mayor, this is a significant investment by Mr. Azabe in this area. And so when these happen, we do look at those streets. So we'll make a commitment to Mr. Azabe and the council to see how we can improve that right-of-way so it improves the overall appearance of what will be some needed housing for the community. This is just the zoning change, so there's still some work to be done in this business plan. And he's going to be, in fact, we may see him here again to talk about how the city can engage them and being a partner in the investment. So we do have a little bit of time, but we'll look at that road immediately and report back to the council and the developer.
Yeah, it's way overdue.
Right.
And the other businesses there are having to put up with that as well.
Yeah, well, right, plus there's some, that blight induces unwanted behavior as well. So there's some excessive calls for the police service there as well. So this is a tremendous area in the city, and it's a great cross point. You have 37 on one side, Leopard on the other, and North Padre Island Drive all come together right there. So
yeah,
right.
Just as a historical point of view, Corn Products Road used to be the city limits line for Corpus Christi.
Oh, okay.
When I was a kid, that's where the city limits ended.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's your light, Councilman Presley. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment or public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on item number 29?
John Bell at 555 North Cronquist Street, 1510, representing the applicant. And I learned many years ago that sometimes you don't really have to say much. We had a very spirited discussion of the Planning Commission in August, and talked with the three opponents that were neighbors, and worked with them a long time in trying to address their concerns. This project actually would be one of the best things that could happen for the neighbors in addressing their concerns. It is something that will bring a little new life to a facility that is way past its prime. But rather than taking my 3 minutes, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And you've already met Mr. Rajabi, who's making the investment to make it work.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 29.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 30. Ordinance authorizing a wastewater line license agreement with NVA.
This is a request to enter into a license agreement with NVA Veterinary Management Incorporated for their property located at 4452 Galahar Road. NVA Veterinary Management is proposing to build the Dodge Ridge Veterinary Clinic, which will require wastewater connections. The proposed private wastewater line is planned across city property and easements requiring a license agreement. This is an aerial view of the property, which is located at 4452 Galahar. The red line indicates where the wastewater line will be installed. Again, this is a private line. That will be a total of 425 linear feet. That'll cross a public access road utility easement. The sort of frontage area of the Anita and W.T. Nayland Public Library parking lot, drainage easement, and an AEP easement at the end, another utility easement. The proposal will assist the development of the property. The nearest wastewater manhole on Galahar is 458 feet, and it's not of sufficient depth. The closest wastewater connection of sufficient depth is a manhole 2,100 feet from the property on Staples. And then also, Galahar was recently reconstructed in 2019, excuse me, and the installation could potentially impact the road. So therefore, this proposed alternative is a good solution based on the existing conditions of the area. This slide shows the route of the private wastewater line installation. The developer will install through boring a connection to a private on-site lift station. And it will be a 2-inch PVC for the wastewater line. And this is a profile view of the installation of the wastewater line. The development has been reviewed by our utility department and AEP and has been deemed acceptable. Staff does recommend approval, and conditions of the contract include the licensing fee of $4,182. The licensee is aware that they may not provide wastewater service to any other facilities other than the property outlined in the agreement, and that they are fully responsible for the costs associated with the project. And again, staff recommends approval. I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you. On a project like this, we see these every once in a while. Who's in charge of the maintenance of the lift station? Is it the developer?
Of the
property
wastewater
owner?
line, yes. The developer would be responsible for any repair, maintenance, because it's a private line.
But it's got its own lift station
Yes, that is correct.
attached to the property.
Yes,
so-
that is a private lift station.
Okay, so the property owner is,
That is correct. They're
Okay,
responsible
they're
through this
responsible for the
contract, yes, sir.
okay. And then, is there any odor control built into the lift station specs?
Well, it would need to meet our standards, our city standards, so, and those have been approved, so.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other lights. Nina.
And Mayor, if I may, I do have a minor amendment to the contract, Exhibit B, and I believe, Rebecca, did you pass that out?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you have a two-page handout, it's the second page, and that shows the alignment that was presented today.
Okay. So,
Yeah, we do have a public hearing on this, Mayor, and then we can vote on the amendment and then on the ordinance as amended.
okay. So I will go ahead and open public hearing on item number 20,
Item 30, Mayor.
I'm sorry, item number 30, yes. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, I'll go ahead and close public hearing.
So we'll vote on it first, right? Not vote, but motion and a second to
Move to approve.
Okay.
Rebecca, can we make the motion to approve as presented?
It's as
think you have to amend it.
with the replacement. So we're replacing, as presented by staff. Yeah, you can do that with the, how can we say that? So it's to amend to replace Exhibit B. That's really what we're doing. We're
Move to
replacing
approve.
Exhibit B.
Yes.
To amend,
That's what I said.
to replace exhibit B. Okay.
Yes.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Then we vote on it as amended, Mayor. That was just for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you very
That's
much. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So item number 31 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater line license agreement with VLM Greenwood LLC to install a private wastewater collection system.
This is a request to enter into a license agreement with VLM Greenwood LLC for the property located at 5625 Greenwood Drive and at the corner of Holly Road. VLM Greenwood LCC would like to build 2 office spaces and warehouse, which will require a private wastewater line that will cross a public drainage easement, thus requiring the license. This is an aerial view of the property, which is, again, located at the corner of Holly and Greenwood. The red line is the proposed location for the wastewater line. The public drainage easement is shown in green, where the wastewater line will pass through. And again, this is using boring. This is illustration details where the proposed water line will be located in red. And the wastewater line will be located in the easement, and the line will consist of an 8-inch and 6-inch PVC pipe. The alternative to this would have been to have connected a manhole north of Holly, but it would have had to have crossed a box culvert, and the city was opposed to that, so this is the proposed solution for the development. Staff recommends approval, and again, the conditions include the agreement fee. Again, the wastewater facility is strictly limited to that particular property, and all costs incurred to install, operate, maintain, repair, and remove the wastewater main are the sole responsibility of the owner, and I stand by for any questions.
I don't see any questions, Nina. So we will go ahead and open a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, I'll go ahead and close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 31.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, it's a budget. Moving on, item number 32, section M, first reading ordinances, item number 32 through 36. Number 32, an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council in the amount of $6,011 to purchase emergency medical service supplies and equipment for the Corpus Christi Fire Department's emergency medical services operations.
Well, just to
Would you
clarify,
like to-
while I would love it for it to be 6 million, it is
Did I- what
6,000,
did I s-
it is $6,011.
$6,000. I need glasses.
Oh, no, I'll take 6
Actually,
million.
here they are.
If that's what we want to get, we'll squeeze it out.
I do. We can. I'm sorry. I'm in denial. I'm going to be honest. And this was a great awakening. And I'm struggling as I'm reading. It's terrible. Yes. Thank you for the correction. So let's see. We have that grant for $6,000. The next item is a State Farm grant for $5,000. And that is also for fire department prevention education program. Item number 34 is an emergency connectivity fund grant from Federal Communications Commission for library grant fund hotspot devices. That is in the amount of $2,450,000. The following item number 35 is let's see, we're appropriating $125,000 from an increase in the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control, or IDCU, COVID grant program. And then we have one more grant after that, item number 36, which is an ordinance appropriating $24,100 from an increase in the Women, Infant, and Children's Nutrition Program grant.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve items 32 through 36 as presented.
Second.
Perfect, okay. Great, so do we have public comment? Anyone in the audience that would like to comment on these items, 32 through 36? Okay, there being no one, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think that we took care of our, yeah. Okay, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting. And it's not